And we're live. This is Julien from the Royal St. Lucie Seamoss Company, and you are watching Seamoss Talk, where we just talk openly about Seamoss and Seamoss related stuff. And I'm going to wait a little bit for some people to come in the room, but let me know if you guys have any questions. Oh, look at that. I'm going to end this. Got a little bit of technical difficulties there. Let me see if, yes, I got all the screens going. Okay. I think we're ready to go live. Yes, Mom. And we're live. Live on Facebook, live on Instagram, live on YouTube, live on Clubhouse. We're on all the platforms. And yeah, it's another weekly talk. We try to do this every Sunday and Wednesday. So this is a happy Wednesday, happy hump day. And yeah, let me know, guys, what your questions are. Like I said, I didn't really have any, as usual. What's up, Yusuf? Didn't have any thing to talk about. Although, been so busy at the warehouse. I've really noticed that there's been an increase in business, and so I hope everybody's doing well with their business. And I know we've been doing pretty good. So yeah, I'm excited about that. And we're going to start making some changes to the website and slowly trying to take some time out and do new photos. Because I haven't had photos in like, geez, good 2 years. Like since we started, I haven't had any photos. I wonder if Yusuf wants to come up and talk. Hey, Tropical Seamoss, I see you there. You should come and say what's up. I'd like to see how you're doing in your business. If any of you guys want to talk on the live, I'm open for it. I actually sent you guys all invites. So TZ says, when soaking Seamoss in prep for making gels, the Seamoss is supposed to gel up. I'm thinking it's the lime. So sometimes, depending on the Seamoss, it will gel up as you're soaking the Seamoss, because when you, yeah, it would. I guess it would also depend on the water temperature, right? That's okay. You want to be a part of this. Hey, what's up, Yusuf? Nice, nice, nice. So, have you ever had that kind of experience where your Seamoss starts gelling up while it's soaking? Yeah. Hey,
And sometimes the Seamoss seems like well, I guess it's the one for me. It's to like,
hmm hey, what's up, my friend? Which guy are you? I can't see which your name, which handle.
peace, peace. Are you talking to me?
Yep.
Yes, I'm actually on my wife's page. She has a small business making sea moss shell, and I help her prepare. So I was just asking a question. We we get our sea moss from Zanzibar,
Nice.
and purple sea moss from Zanzibar. And I noticed it's different from the gold sea moss. When we soak the gold sea moss, and it doesn't gel up as much as the purple. So I'm wondering if is it the lime
No,
that's breaking?
the lime definitely isn't part of the gelling up. Um, the golden and the purple are the pretty much the same species as sea moss. It's just the gold goes through a process where they usually bleach it. Now I don't know exactly how they do it in Zanzibar, but in Saint Lucia they put them in these plastic bags or they cover them with a clear plastic and they let them sort of heat in the sun. When that happens, a lot of the liquid sort of leaches off it, and so that could be why the purple is gelling up more, is that the way they're like leaching their sea moss is causing more of the carrageenan or the agar that's in that sea moss that causes that gelling effect.
Oh, gotcha, gotcha. More easy. Bro, they're already like ready to break apart. Right, right. One more question. What the water, the gel water, does is that what they use for mixing with other products? Or most people, I toss mine, I throw it away.
hmm So yeah, some people use it for different stuff. I recommend don't use it to drink and stuff because there's a lot of stuff that when it's soaking will fall off into the sea moss that didn't get cleaned exactly. And so maybe if you filtered it or something, but that water can be sometimes good on plants. And like if you added it to say like your bath water and you're soaking in the tub, that would be different. That would be,
Gotcha.
sort of beneficial. Yeah.
Most definitely, most definitely. Yeah, I've been following you for about a couple months now, so I appreciate the information.
Oh, thank you, thank you. You know what I mean? I appreciate you the follow and just even the interest. You know what I mean? the I know what it's like starting out in the business. I found it really hard to get real information and get people to be honest. A lot of people want to say information based on like, because they're selling the product and stuff like that.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And sometimes you just need the real truth, and you make the decision based on the knowledge that you get.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm definitely a studier, so since I've been on it for taking it for about a year now, and we would get it and we just prepare for family and friends, and it got the demand got so high, so we might as well start jarring it up and selling it. So it's been taking off pretty well. What advice do you have for us?
What advice do you need?
Where just starting out in the business and maybe gaining more clientele. We don't sell in raw, we just sell in gel.
So, and this advice, I guess, I would give to anybody for any business is that at the end of the day, sales is a numbers game. I say this a lot on these shows. The more people that you put in touch with this product, the more chances you're going to make a sale. Even if you do like a 2 or 3% average of conversion, that means that for every 3 sales, you got to speak to like 100 people. Now, if you figure out who your ideal target market is, then you can sort of narrow that down and focus on those people only, right? The other people are all going to come when they come. The mistake a lot of people make is they try to like appeal to everybody. And really, you should appeal to the ones you like dealing with most, because those are going to give you the most energy back and be the most happiest. All the other people, those are additional sales. You know what I mean? But if they really don't fit your personality or you're the type of client that you want to deal with, don't deal with them.
Right.
Yeah, it's not worth the money.
Most definitely. Most definitely. Yeah, man. Seamoss, I see it's taking off. I see it getting a little bigger. I hate the commercial aspect of it. But you know, it's enough people out there that deal with reputable harvesters, and things of that nature. So,
yeah, the market's huge, and it's still got room to grow. I think that there's going to be a lot of the commercial, like these commercial guys are starting to sniff around, and I think they're going to get in, and they're going to steal a lot of the market. But at the same time, there's going to be that select core group, or I even think when people first start in Seamoss, they're just going to buy whatever, and then over time they'll decide. And this is what I feel is a natural cycle of most buyers. They start learning more about the product, they get more serious about it, and then they'll find someone. They'll realize that the person that they're buying off, is probably not in line with what kind of products they want to buy, and they'll seek someone like you or someone else locally that makes the gel with a product that is what they want.
Right. I heard you say the other day on one of your lives that you prefer the gold, like you like the gold.
Mm-hmm.
That's well, okay.
Yeah.
We just started selling the gold. We I love that Zanzibar purple, but we just started selling the gold, and I like it. Get it from St. Lucia as well.
Oh, nice. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's the blonde. It's the gold blonde.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it definitely it's not really a big difference to me. It's just the texture. Maybe it's a little different.
The texture and the taste. Listen, my experience from all the Seamoss, it's all Seamoss. You know what I mean? It's hard to say like one is extremely better than the other. Like sometimes you might get a good batch and you feel a big difference, but for the most part, it works. You feel it. It's good. And the only time I found the difference in the purple was really the taste and the smell mostly. And that's why when you hear me describe it, that's where I'll usually get. Now, I did feel somewhat of like a bigger boost, but I don't know. Like that could have been me, like like a placebo. Like I was expecting something, so I created something in my mind. You know what I mean? I don't know. I didn't test it enough to know for sure. Yeah, I should get back to the book, but I like the gold so much.
Like the gold.
Yeah.
The purple definitely has. I have to play that a whole lot more than I play the gold because it has that. It keeps that salt water taste for some reason.
Yeah.
Well, once you put the lime in it, the lime kind of helps it out.
Mm-hmm.
But I was curious, and I was just doing more research. I know lime can break stuff down, and I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't jeopardizing the nutrients that's inside of the moss with lime.
Mm-hmm. I'll be honest, I have no idea. Until you do a test showing the Seamoss before you had the lime and before the other, you wouldn't know for sure. My knowledge of adding lime to food is it doesn't really kill nutrients. It definitely kills the fresh and the sea smell. You know what I mean? And that's really what the purpose of it is. That's like, I know that's the only purpose. I can see why you're adding the lime in there, is to kill that. And that's why it's okay to use lemon sometimes.
It also alkalines the water.
Oh, it does alkaline the water?
Yeah, the limes are heavy in alkaline, so they alkaline the water. So that's the major thing that I use it for. Plus the taste, it kind of wipe away the taste. But you want to just make sure that your water is alkaline, because some people don't have the necessary water a lot of times. They may use a filter, which I rather use the spring water. So if you use filtered water, I would actually put a lime in there just to make sure it stays alkaline.
Yeah, appreciate that advice.
No problem. That's Ricky from Gold Seamoss. In case you want to, he's on Clubhouse that we're talking. Yep, he's on Gold Seamoss. Mm-hmm.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
All right, man. Question I have, I'm gonna keep watching for a little while and get some of this information.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
All right, no problem.
All right, take care. What's up, Yusef?
Do y'all add extra minerals to y'all Seamoss?
Do I add extra?
Like the minerals? You know, like, well, you know, I got a few. I got like what is it? I got a water. It's
So
man, I'm getting old.
you guys would laugh. You guys would laugh at me. I don't even want to tell you guys what I soak my water in.
Now we gotta know. Hey, but I know what you're about to say, right? I know what you're about to say next.
What?
Toronto has good
water. No, man. I always tell people I'm a water hose kid, man. I drink from the water hose. I ain't worried about that shit. And I have respect for Toronto water because honestly, when I was a kid, no, listen, I drank so much water because we were poor, right? Not poor, but we lacked we were not financially secure, and so I didn't drink pop, I didn't drink juice, I didn't like water. I couldn't even have Kool-Aid. Like, I think once in a while we get those concentrated fruit cans. They sell them in Toronto. They were like at this street called Loblaws, no name, and they're like 30 cents. Oh, my ring. Yeah, that's my engagement ring or wedding ring, whatever, wedding band. This is so they know, like, hands off. And make sure you can't miss it. You know what I mean?
Making sure you don't get in trouble.
Yeah, that's it. Making sure it's seen. You know what I mean? That way there's no missing it. Like, how could you not see it? Fucking shine right in your face. Anyways. But, go ahead.
Well, I'm gonna say I got a Birkin filter. I use like a Birkin filter filters out everything. It's like chlorine, everything. But once I do that, I add like trace minerals back to it. It's this company called Trace. I think it's called Trace Minerals, and they make like minerals out of like seawater. They use like seawater, and really they're the only company that does it the way they do it. But they like sterilize the water. I guess it goes through like I think a heat and evaporate process, and it's like it's minerals in a bottle. It's expensive though, but I use that. I add that to all my water. So I soak my Seamoss in that water too. After I clean it, because I clean my Seamoss with my hand. Like I know a lot of people like to soak it first. I just rub all the salt off, with water in the water and shit. But I keep all my water. I don't drink it, but you can put it there.
Yeah, and use it for the soaking. It's probably good on the skin.
Yeah. Right now, man. I actually got some in there. I actually got a little bit of Seamoss in there.
Oh, nice.
I need to wash it off. I need to get some gallons of water.
Yeah, because it's not easy washing it in the truck. You're going to waste a lot of your water reserves or whatever.
Yeah, I usually just like put in a bottle and start shaking the bottle of water, and I just eat it out of the bottle once the cell come off of it.
Nice. Nice, nice. Yeah, I've been thinking about trying. I gotta like I brought up earlier, asking about the purple. I think I'm gonna like. I haven't had purple in a while, like a long time, like a year or so. I really think I need to kind of try it again to see, like, you know, maybe I do like it more than I think I do. You know?
What you mean? The purple that you have?
Yeah, purple I have is ill. What?
It's the same, just like your gold.
Well, I don't know. My experience when I took the purple and the gold, they weren't like it wasn't like the purple was like 3 times more powerful or something like that. You know what I mean? So it was like to me, it was like okay, maybe there was a little bit of difference, but was it me or was it in my head? You know what I mean? And so, hey, what's up, the kid? Saying I'll be making an order tonight. Thanks, man. Let me know if you need any help with placing it.
I'm already selling Seamoss nuggets. You heard me? Seamoss nuggets.
I thought,
chop it up, roll it up.
dude, that almost looks like a weed nugget. I thought that's what you were showing me.
Oh my god, the Seamoss nugget right here. Y'all see that? Y'all see on that Seamoss nugget? Look, look at the fine hands on that Seamoss nugget. Look at that, man. You can't beat that.
Hey, I have a question for Ricky. Tell me, I don't know if you kept count or not, but approximately how many people have asked you whether or not you can smoke Seamoss or not?
This week, I got a whole bunch of homeboys, and they like that's the first thing they ask me. Is this something that you smoke? Cause they know my background, so it's kind of like it's kind of like that's the next question. Like, so what is this? Do you smoke this? I'm like, no, man. You don't even put it in your blunt or nothing like that. You just like it clears you. I had to tell them to clear that mucus up. So you know what I'm saying. If you smoke too much, you know what I'm saying, it kind of clear you up. But yeah, I get asked that probably. I would say really, I would say about 3 or 4 times a week.
Yeah, like so. Yeah, and that's what they say when I say to them, what do you mean?
They confused after that.
I'm like, well, if you want to try it, I'll give you something you can try it. Let me know. Well, how I smoke it? I'm like, what?
Let me know how it works out.
No, man. I'd be scared to smoke. I don't know, like how people even figure shit out like that. But it does. Sorry, go ahead, Rick.
I said, somebody asked me today, is it like crack because of my video?
Oh yeah.
I was like, what?
What?
They're like, is this like crack? I'm like, are you serious right now? Yeah, yeah, they were so they were like, so this like crack? I'm like you think I'd be
on YouTube,
on social media whipping up crack?
But yeah, you have to see. You guys have to check out his video. Is it on Instagram or is it just on TikTok?
I think it's on Instagram. I don't even know if I put it on TikTok.
Oh, I thought it was on TikTok for some reason.
I don't know. Unless my girl put it on TikTok, I really don't. I just learned how to do it. I really just learned how to do a real video, so I was excited.
Oh, I was excited when I saw that video. Dude, when I saw the video, I called him up right away, and I was like, he didn't answer, but I was like ready to go, because it was like and so in case those who haven't seen the video, right, he does this show. He totally changes the game. Can I tell them about this?
Yeah, you go.
Yeah. So he shows how you can take the powder and basically turn it into a gel, quick and fast. And so whether you want to make a jar or half a cup or whatever, it really depends on the amount of powder. This kind of changes the game in a lot of ways because it eliminates all the need of soaking and cleaning and all that shit. And so the video's cool, and then it's got the music and the lyrics behind it, and then he's kind of like rapping to it. Is ill. So I liked it. So
he takes the powder and makes the gel. Can you hear?
Yep.
Yeah, I can hear you.
He takes the powder and makes a gel.
Yep.
Yeah, like I normally don't do it, but I know I can. So I just wanted to show people like I can make gel less than 10 minutes, and really the most of that time is the water boiling.
So would that I guess do you get more gel out of it if it's powder or if you just raw?
It's really the same. Like so, 1 ounce of powder is really a 16-ounce thing of gel. It's kind of like if you actually took 1 ounce of raw, like 1 ounce of raw is going to equal 16 ounces of gel. Now, some people will stretch it. You know what I'm saying? Some people will try to concentrate a little bit more. Like really, I might end up seeing how far I can stretch it with the powder. Maybe I might be able to make 48 ounces. I don't know. In fact, I might do that while we on.
Yeah, no lie. Do a little test on. So Maria said, Prototype Skincare says, definitely not stepped on. Yeah.
It's definitely not.
Yeah.
And that's the craziest thing about it, because it actually, like, it gels up so quick. Like when I say, like, as soon as you drop it in the water, if your wrist ain't ready, like you better get ready. Yeah, but man, yeah, I'm about to do one right now. Just because we on the, I might end up. I'm gonna move over to. I think I'm gonna move over to Instagram in just a second.
Yeah, do that, and we'll see it live. We'll watch you guys live.
Yeah. Let me see. I'm gonna do 32 ounces this time. I ain't gonna do a whole 48.
That was like a big pot you made. Yeah. That's some. Yeah, some real pretty nuggets and stuff. But you know what's interesting? You bring that up. You remember how we've always kind of suspected that they've been adding salt to it, right? I don't think that's what it is. I think when they're washing and cleaning it, the way they're moisturizing and drying it, you don't really clean it. Yeah, but imagine they kind of soak it in some water and they kind of throw it into something. They dry it a little bit, you know what I mean? And the point I'm saying is I've done some tests where I took some of the seawater and the salt and I added it to water. And what happened was the salt crystals started forming on it, but the crystals were bigger than what they normally form on the Seamoss. I think because of the way the Seamoss dries, that's why the crystals are forming like that. You know what I mean? Because the Seamoss is drying slowly, it wicks out. And so that's why it gets like a fine powdered dust. What's up? What's up?
Yeah, what's going on, y'all?
Good. No, listen, I know all about the angel brand, bro. I do reconnaissance, you know what I mean? I do the research to see where other people are selling and stuff like that. But see, but even that angel brand, what I think that is, that's Seamoss from the Philippines, because I heard, I haven't confirmed it, but I've believed that they're importing this stuff from the Philippines into Jamaica. I read something where this document that talked about the Seamoss industry in Jamaica, and they were like doing they were basically saying that the Seamoss, they're not producing enough, and they don't take a lot from the wild because it's not really sanctioned by the government. There's actually a big crackdown now on the Seamoss in the wild. And I know a couple guys, and I know these guys personally, so no one can tell me this doesn't exist. These guys are actually my friends that are farming Seamoss in Jamaica. So anybody who tells you that they're not farming Seamoss in Jamaica, they're lying. Well, not the lying, they're misinformed.
Yep, I know a guy. Yeah, they don't know. I know a guy, and they don't form it like you all because their water, but how I sort of do it, they can walk in the water in its way. It's not going to come above them when they try to seashell. That's how some guys do.
Wow.
And they just go pick the seashells up and stuff like that.
Boom.
But I was talking to your boy for that. He was like, man, I never heard that. Yeah, they call them Seamoss and they just don't know, I guess. They trying to act like they don't know.
Well,
but yeah,
I think some of them honestly don't know, because I remember one person I talked to, they were like, "Oh, absolutely not," and I was like, "Yeah, you don't think so? Hold on 1 second." And I text my buddy, and I'm like, "Oh, this person says blah blah blah, right?" And he's like, "Tell him I said gunshot." It's so funny. So I sent them the text back. I'm like, "There's your proof." You know what I mean? Anyways.
What's this company? Seamoss Gold or something like that is a company.
Seamoss
Gold. It was like a black and gold package. It was like Seamoss Gold or
Seamoss Gold. That's right. No. So we're laughing because one time we did this live stream. I think it was on Clubhouse, and this chick like ripped into like Ricky about his name and how this other company is like Gold Seamoss, and Ricky was like, "What the fuck?" Like the girl's just like, "Well, you know it's this, and you know it's that," and he's just like, "Okay, lady, like calm down. It's just a name." Like.
Yeah, but that company, they get their Seamoss from the gate, and they get it from the phone. You know, they get. So when a lot of people like, oh, they don't do that, they don't do it down, no, they really don't know. But yeah, Jamaican inform a lot of people just deny it. You know, but they just act like it.
Yeah. Well, bullshit. Well, bullshit. And I know a few guys that are kind of like hell bent on testing it and thing. And Maria says here and says, but do they advertise it as wildcrafted? No. Here's the reality, and this is something I was talking about today with a buddy of mine. Really, outside of our community, no one gives a shit about wildcrafted or not. No one gives a shit about this minerals and stuff. No one does. They take the Seamoss and it's good. Yeah. Yeah. They're like, oh, it's Seamoss. It's good for you. Oh, it's like the new kale. Okay, I'll try it. Boom. You know what I mean? As long as the things. Exactly. That's it. Doesn't matter what's in it. They take worse things in their body. You know what I mean? Yeah. But I think I even think that the term wildcrafted is a mislabeled term, because really, wildcrafted means you created something in the wild. If it was wild harvested, that I could see. Okay, that means you harvested it off the rock, or you harvested it from the wild. But wildcrafted is like to me, that's what farming is. That's what, or at least in St. Lucia, because we grow it in the wild. Like check to my well, actually, I don't know if I did the live stream. I think we did it on Seamoss the Boss, Seamoss Boss's live stream. But we had a talk with this guy Matthew from St. Lucia Premium Seamoss, and he's a diver and he's around farmers all the time. And he said all we do is take it from the wild, break it into pieces, attach it to the rope. The only reason why they attach it to the rope is so that it doesn't float away. Like, I almost want to pull up one of the videos to show you the water that some of these guys are putting it in. Yeah, because like you see, it's clean, it's clear. The one where one of my buddy's farms is, it's like there's a constant current of water. And so it's like there's nonstop nutrients being flushed by the sea moss. And he says it produces some of the best purple sea moss. So I'm really excited to see what sea moss is going to come out, real soon. But huh? You're breaking up. But I'll answer Kakak or whatever, 1, 2, 3. Huh? So do you want to start at a can of the Seamoss? Okay, you get your. I know, eh? Get your Wi-Fi straight, bro. Where's your booster? I can hear you now. Yeah, I can hear you now. No, I'm not going to start selling Canada Seamoss, but I might set up a business that will help people facilitate selling their Seamoss, like guys in Canada. Something I've been toying around. Yeah, it's something I've been toying around and thinking about, working with a couple of people on the idea. But what I see is that there's definitely a need for smaller companies to be able to sell their product quickly and easily. For the instance, and have someone sort of manage the sales and the marketing and stuff like that. For instance, like the guy Rory, although I have not approached him about it, for me, looking at his business, I see like, okay, you're spending a lot of time harvesting, cleaning. That's what you do best. You know what I mean? In some ways, where he's located, it's not easy to ship out from. And so if he could find one place where he could ship it to, and they could hold the product and then package it and you know what I mean? It's like the idea I think I was talking earlier about, like an association. You have, one guy printing labels, one guy, storing the CMOS. There's one warehouse. Everybody's splitting that cost as opposed to getting their own space and trying to make it work. And in the situation with like countries like, say, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, Belize, whatever, a lot of these guys, the only way they can accept payment is by like Western Union, or like they don't really accept PayPal or bank wire or anything like that. And even bank wire is sketchy. You know what I mean? So the biggest concern I've seen with a lot of these buyers is that foreign buyers is that they need to trust and be able to, how do you say it? Trust the person that they're going to actually send the CMOS. Dude, the number one issue I deal with in my business is assuring people that their CMOS is coming. People are constantly in fear that they're going to get ripped off. You know what I mean? And they're always kind of like, you better be legit. I'm like, legit? Like, what are you talking about? I'm on Instagram. I'm on Facebook. I'm on all this stuff. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I can't get any, like, I'm not hiding. Like, don't worry. The CMOS is coming. Sometimes, it gets delayed in the mail. But really, like, in the 2 years that we've been doing it, I've never really lost any package. They've all showed up. They've just been late. That's kind of beyond my control. Although we've always trying to use different shipping companies and stuff like that, and figure out different ways to do the fulfillment. So I don't know. We'll try things out. Oh, I've been missing some of the questions here. So this one guy asked, where do the minerals come from? The rock? No, the minerals do not come from the rock. They come from the dissolved minerals in the water. Seamoss is an algae. It's not a plant, and so therefore it doesn't have any root structure to pull the minerals from the rock. Furthermore, and this is something that I've developed as something like natural form of logic, in order for the Seamoss to have 92 minerals, and it's getting the minerals from the rock, that rock must have 92 minerals. And I don't believe that every rock has 92 minerals. They might have 10 minerals, they might have 50 minerals. Each rock is different. They might have one mineral. I mean, gold. Does gold have every 92 minerals in it? That's a rock. You know? And so I hear someone say, I thank you for the 2 pounds of Seamoss. Amazing. Glad you liked it. Sending someone a rack on Western Union is nerve-wracking. Yes. So Bull City knows what I'm talking about. And so, yeah, like in any business, solving a problem, you know what I mean? There's money in that. But, you know, I don't know. Yeah, let's see this going. Yeah. Look at that whisk action. Oh, shit. So in case people are joining and missing and wondering what Ricky's doing here, he's not doing anything illegal. He's showing you guys how you can quickly make Seamoss gel from Seamoss powder within, what, 2 minutes, 30 seconds, Ricky? Who's keeping a timer? Uh-huh. And that's hot water, right, Ricky?
Yeah.
Yeah, hot water. Awesome. Look at that. The camera's like right on your wrist, bro. You're flicking that shit. That's just... You remember when they used to do that thing with the fingers? And they used to like flick the... My sister used to do it. It used to drive me nuts. I always wanted to learn how to do it. She'd like... That's what it reminds me of. Look at that.
I just stay here with it, and I just want to see what happens.
And that's hot water you used, right?
Yeah.
But you didn't boil it though, right? You just kind of...
No, I actually got it to a boil. So once I got it to a boil, then I
turn it.
Then I lower it all the way down to almost like a simmer. So right now, it's actually off. Like there's no heat. It's still bubbling.
Right.
So I just want, and I might not be thinking, I just want to think about it.
Yeah.
That's what you, I think, good.
Wonderful. But if anybody can see there, he's using the pot there. So, I gotta get a better camera. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Like once it cools down.
Yeah, it's pretty much getting cool right now.
Mm-hmm. So the kid is asking, is it good to heat it? See, that's a question that comes up a lot about whether or not it's good to heat it. I find everybody's different. I know this, that everybody in St. Lucia and most people in the Caribbean, they all heat it. They all boil it. Dr. Sabi in Ushla Village, he boils it. So if you're like a Dr. Sebi fan or a purist or whatever you want to call yourself, and you want to follow exactly what he does, he uses Garcilaria, not Condorus crispus, and he uses it, they boil it. And if you don't believe me, you can Google it yourself on YouTube. It's Google Dr. Sebi, Ushla Village, Seamoss, and I think even saying Seamoss preparation, and you'll see a video. And the lady pulls it out of the kitchen, pulls it on the pot, tells you exactly how they make it, you know, and they boil it. They actually boil it to the point where the Seamoss blends. They don't use a blender. They boil it until the point where the Seamoss breaks down into the water. Look at that, chef.
Yes.
Oh shit.
That's pretty much done. I'm gonna let it cool a little bit.
Yeah.
Take it off there.
Chef Ricky is right.
About 10,000.
Yeah. I'm gonna let that stretch. Hey, the worst part about it is, though, I really have these things that you know me, because I experiment all day long. You know, I put it out on a flat sheet.
Yeah.
I put it out on a flat sheet. I put it out on a flat sheet.
Oh shit.
I put it out the silicone back. Like, it looks just like it. I was like, wow. Like, somebody gonna take this and make some dumb shit.
Put that number on there. Like,
oh man.
You guys, you're gonna get me in trouble. I'm kidding. They're like, what is this? Is this a Seamoss show? Bunch of black guys look like they're talking about drugs.
That's just they're gonna call it a safe word. That's a safe word. That's cold. Seamoss is gonna be cold for something else now.
Yeah, that's it. You got that Seamoss, bro? Yeah, man, I got that Seamoss, bro. Oh shit. Yeah, that's the good moss. That's the good stuff.
My homeboys would be glad to be right here.
Oh yeah. You should take a time. Well, it's 10:30 now. Let's see how long it takes it for it to kind of cool down and gel up.
Oh, it's already getting jelly. It tastes good. I've been sipping too much Seamoss. You know, you just put it on a spoon. It's like, okay, yeah, tastes about right.
I haven't had enough Seamoss today. Just had some in the morning, I think. I usually have more.
So I gotta remember how much this is. 1 ounce. See how many jars I get.
You have a blast chiller, Rick?
What's that?
You have a blast chiller? Blast chiller? No. So, sorry, Bull City doesn't have a blast chiller. Because he's like, throw it in the blast chiller. What do you think this is? What's that? Yeah, or that TV show, the cooking show, Top Chef. Run it through the ice cream machine. That's something I'm surprised more people haven't tried to come up with is like a Seamoss ice cream. I've been toying with the idea of whether or not to come up with a Seamoss popsicle. I think that shit would rock. And I would probably do it like once it gets really popular. But like, yeah, man, come up with Seamoss popsicles with like sorbet flavors with their natural fruit and stuff.
Yeah, so this is about 40 ounces that it made. Maybe a little bit more.
And then how much Seamoss did you use?
Just 1 ounce.
Just 1 ounce of powder, like 40 ounces. Yeah, and it still looks pretty thick.
Yeah, it's gonna lock up.
Yeah, for sure.
It's
Yeah,
still super hot too. So
that's what I'm saying.
Like, yeah, it's gonna lock up. I'm excited now.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see it. On Sunday's episode, he'll go for 56.
Yeah, let's see it. Let's do it. I got my money. I'll be taking bets. You know, we'll bet against the house or whatever. See how many you can get.
Let's see if we can still get to locked up. But yeah, I'll let that cool for a little bit. Hopefully, I'll lock up in the next 20 minutes on the. Once it cools down.
Yeah. I just had friends over today. I'm feeling a slice of their pizza. It's weird. I don't remember like I don't remember kids having such dietary issues like growing up. You know what I mean? It's like they had to get cheese pizza. Just the cheese. I never would accept cheese pizza in my house, like as a kid. I was what? No pepperoni, no what bacon, mushroom.
Man, I can't even remember the last time I had a regular cheese pizza, to be honest with you. Like, I think it's probably been years. I'm thinking years and years.
Yeah.
Actually, because that's one way I end up getting into Seamoss because my daughter, she can't have cheese at all.
Oh, really?
And so we started looking for alternatives. You know, when you start looking for alternatives, Seamoss kept on coming up as far as you can make your own cheese with Seamoss. I was like, what? And it was just like, because it's like a mold.
Mm-hmm.
They were like, this looks just like a mold. And I was like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's what really got me into it. Trying to get her an alternative for cheese. And then I was like, you can't really make cheese with this shit, but it's still good.
Uh-huh. Oh, look who joined us. Is Seamoss. I want to say a shout out to Alexio. I hope I pronounced your name right. This guy's a really cool dude. He runs the Seamoss transformation. And yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna invite him, see if he wants to maybe talk. But yeah, regardless, he's a cool dude, and I like his company, his business. You know, great graphics, great look, great presentation. And very humble guy. Yeah. Oh, I did pronounce it right. Awesome. So that powder you were using, Rick, was that the freeze-dried powder or was it just the regular one?
That was actually just regular gold that I dehydrated. Like when I do experiments, I do not use the freeze-dried.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, no.
Okay. Do you do it like afterwards, like? Because ultimately you want to do it with.
Like I'll actually like once I perfect something.
Yeah.
Then I start to use it after that. But if I haven't perfected it yet, like all my experimentation is really with gold Seamoss because I'm making powder out of that like 8 hours a day. So I got abundance of that.
Hey guys, I want to introduce you to Alexio. Alexio on the top is Ricky, and to the side you is Yusuf, and you obviously know me. And
Alexio, how you doing, man? Hey, nice to meet everyone. How's it going? Good.
I like the little light show you have in the background. Where are you? At home?
I'm home, man. This is just my little setup.
Nice.
I'm really a tech nerd here.
Listen, we're all tech nerds are here. So you'll fit right in.
Yeah, man. We should get some good traffic, man. I thought about this the last time we spoke. I'm like, man, I should have did a business page. You got like almost 80,000 followers, right?
Oh yeah, true. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, definitely. But how are you guys doing? It's good to see everybody prosper.
It's good. Did you see the Ricky just make the Seamoss gel?
No, I just hopped on, man. I really just got on.
You missed it. So you want to tell him, Ricky, what you did?
So what I've been working on is like I have it in a powder form. So what we do, and like actually today I work on seeing how much I can stretch it. So I'll boil water and put my powder in the water, and it actually you can make Seamoss gel in less than 10 minutes. When it comes to the powders, I literally told my team, I was like, I think we're just going to need a farm of dehydration machines, because when you go to these factories and you send them the raw material, they mill it with all the sea salt taste and everything. And like we have such a thorough cleaning process where people dump it, and it's like, man, we need that Seamoss to be powdered, And but it's just like at our volume, it's like, man, I feel like we need a whole warehouse with just dehydration machines and people to run it. I don't know how I would scale something like that, But people having some interest, like build a actual machine just to clean Seamoss and then dehydrate it. It's just, man. So that's beautiful to know that it's working out so quick. I think people appreciate the convenience of making gel like that, because exactly cleaning Seamoss and blending it, like it's a lot.
Well, that's why so many people buy it, right? That's why so many people will like, how you say it, the business is so big when you have so many resellers selling that, because a lot of people, I don't like making the gel. You know what I mean? Yeah, it is a lot of work. And when
it's the work. And like, I don't mind making it. It's just the preparation on getting it to the point where you can make it. That's the process that nobody likes to do.
I make mine once every like 6 months. So I have a bunch of like containers, and I'll just spend all day and just make gel, and then put it in the freezer, and then I keep it.
Oh, that's smart. Really good. Mm-hmm. You could really make like a year supply for your house. That's really smart. Mm-hmm. Clean Seamoss is daunting task, especially if you're doing it right.
Mm-hmm.
If you're doing it where it has no smell and no taste, it's a lot of work.
Definitely. Yeah. So how are things going with your business? Good?
Yeah, man, things are going great. We had a little bit of a hiccup last week that put out our shipping speed. Our orders had stacked up to like 4,000. We were able to sell about 2,000 in the last 2 days to like cut that number down.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're in like a freezer capacity. So it's just been a lot, but good problems. Like the business is still growing. A year and 4 months later, we're still making new benchmarks every month. Mm-hmm. And to whom much is given, much is required, right? I try not to complain. I'm like, wow, like in reality, just a year and a half ago, my family and like to see our impact in the community is like, man, I don't have the luxury of complaining or sleeping really.
Mm-hmm.
So I can definitely smile. We want to make sure we make everybody happy and they get it.
Yeah, but like you were saying, sometimes these problems can be a blessing, because it helps build the business stronger. You're not as vulnerable because you work out these issues. Like sometimes I say to people, well, if I can operate efficiently with all these issues, it's like when things are better, it'll just be smoother. Like, even, you know what I mean? Like things will run even better. And so, but I know what you're saying with the shipping. Like last couple of weeks, we've been really backed up on orders. I've had to bring in a new guy to kind of help me out, push it out. Because, people don't understand when it's, a few days late or a week late. It's like,
They don't want to understand. They want their stuff. You know what I'm talking about that, right? I try to be sensitive to that too, because man, you read some of these reviews and some of these letters, it's like, you have people buying your stuff that have lupus, chronic inflammation. Some people are like, man, without this product, I don't even have a healthy gut or be able to digest my food. And it's like, or people that have COVID active or working around COVID patients because they're nurses. And it's like, man, when you read those, it's like, okay, we'll clock out at midnight together. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. And then you just have people that's just like they want what they want. There's no clear urgency. But there's no sure way of knowing who's who. Some people tell you and some people won't.
Mm-hmm.
And you know why they urgently need it. It's like that stays in the back of my mind, we're like backed up like that. I'll tell our HR director, hey, let's do overtime for the whole staff, because we got to catch up and get these people their medicine. That's what I call it. I call it medicine.
It is kind of like medicine, you know what I mean? Like Ricky says, it's like a multivitamin. It you know what I mean? It hits on so many different levels in different areas, you know what I mean? It's not just a one thing that you take for yourself,
Yes. No, I agree, man. I think it's so beautiful just seeing us, our people like really just by the horn.
Yes.
Us learning, growing. It's just so beautiful, and I'm just proud of all of us, man. Really.
Thank you. Because it is important that we do this stuff and that we help each other out and that we just do it. Like I have this guy that I kind of mentor, and this guy, he's had, you want to talk about people that had a rough life. Imagine this guy's growing up. He's been in jail, in and out all his life. He's got twin brothers. One dies, and then 4 years later, the other one just died, a couple of months ago. I ran into him, and he's like, yeah, my brother died. I was like, oh, yeah, I know. What about your other brother? He's like, no, that's the other brother. They're both dead. I was like, what? And so this guy's just getting out of jail, doesn't know, he wants to go here, go there. You know what I mean? And it's being able to help these people out, you know what I mean? It's important. And one of the things I said to him was because I was like, you want to know why I'm doing these kind of things? It's not so much for me, but to show people that it's okay to do it. Do you know what I'm saying? The biggest thing I feel the takeaway is that people are going to see us four Black people all running our own businesses, all competitors, yet being comfortable to sit on a platform and talk about Seamoss and just you joke and whatever. You know what I mean? And to me, that says a lot. It kind of because one of the biggest problems I see with us trying to work, I'm in a lot of different Black groups and stuff like that, and I'm just in a lot of meetings and stuff. And the biggest problem is that they don't trust each other.
Right. Well, that's huge. But that's been systematically taught to keep it apart.
Okay.
So it's unfortunate that we haven't got the system yet. At least not all of us.
True. But what?
To be honest, man, those people kind of block their own blessings.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't look, especially from my community, I don't see other Seamoss sellers from my community's competition. I'm competing with our numbers last month,
Yeah.
Competition for me is some entity coming into the Seamoss space that doesn't even care about it or the people, just the sales, and them being the one that potentially run the industry. That's my competition, and that's who we should be working together to make sure that we're the one that.
That's what we always talk about. You know what I mean?
Because if you get a sale, I'm happy for you too.
It levels everybody up. It just builds the market. And when you get a sale and do stuff, dude, meeting you is to me was one of the best things because it showed me the possibility that a lot of people don't think is possible. And when I talk to people, dude, I drop your name all the time. I'm like, you think you because they're like, oh, I don't know if I can make up. But I'm like, listen, there's a dude out here making X amount of whatever, right? And they're like, really? What? Shut up, right? And I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, so do you know who he is? They're like, no. And I'm like, see, this guy can operate in this space and still, do you know what I'm saying? People do know who you are, but there's a lot of people who don't. And that's my point. That's how big the market is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Huh?
When we were talking, that's who you were speaking about.
Yes, from the transformation, and he does. I don't know if I want to give his numbers away in front of him and stuff like. If you want to say it, I'm fine. I'll just say it's a big number. It's impressive.
I
170,000.
Yeah, our customers are so dedicated, down there. They love our product. You know, we get beautiful messages from their kids, videos, letters, and it's like, man, that keeps me up at night to keep going hard. You know, so we've been blessed, man. We're like fighting every day that the business outgrow us. Because sometimes it's like, man, where does it appear? It's like, oh, okay, I gotta keep up. But it's such a blessing, you know, and I really love our supporters.
And you do gel, correct?
Yeah, we do gel. We sell raw as well, and it goes to pivot into more herbs and different formulations this year. But yeah, this business is, I would still say about 92% of everything is our gels right now. People just love it. It's like herbal food. People can't believe how delicious it is. They have to like stop themselves from eating it, which is my goal. Like when I came up with the formula, I tested it on 3 to 5-year-olds, maybe up to 7 at the most. Because they're very honest at that age. You know, kids don't even know how to really lie or hide their facial expression at that age. So I knew if I could get a picky toddler to eat it and think it was like dessert or something like that they want to keep eating, I knew I would have the adults because they're just big kids, right? And I was so right. Once I got the kids to love it, I was okay. Now it's ready. And people would eat it and they'd be like, wait, like, wow, I can't believe this is like so delicious. You know, people that know what Seamoss should taste like, they will shop.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Thank you, bro. You're phenomenal too. I just think about how many people are getting
right, man. That's the part about all of our units put together. You know, so, we're really out here killing people. You know?
Yeah, and I think everybody has like their own unique story, but it's amazing. I'm sure like 2-3 years ago, none of us, like, I know for me, I never thought I'd be doing what I'm doing now in Seamoss. You know what I mean? I like to say it's life changing. It in more ways than one. You know what I mean? One. It's more than just the health that changes your life. Like your whole outlook in the world changes a lot of times. You know what I mean? How I treat things differently, or you know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look at this, man. We got 4 kings live right now. So, like people become wealthy selling things that really destroy people's health. Here we are building awareness, building our community, building generational wealth, and all this stuff. Something that's literally feeding and healing people. I mean, that's a blessing in itself. You know, everything else is just a bonus after that.
No, it is. It's beautiful. It's funny to think like he's been talking for like this is what we talk about all the time. It is crazy if you come in and it's actually it's the same energy. First time I've been on live with you, it kind of feels like it's been the same energy that you've been for forever in a day. So I appreciate that. That feels wonderful.
Hey man, I'm on the forever, man. You see this is all a piece. Seamoss, man. I really am.
No. Great energy. No, great person too. Like, and thank you for taking the time to even come hang out with us. Man. Like, fuck.
Yeah. Busy day. I started live. It's always like the media about the lives. It's like your lives have to be broken into like weekly lessons. There's so much information. You know?
That's true. I know. Sometimes people call me and they're like, "You're giving all the information away," but you know, at the same time, I don't know. You just do it naturally, and the information's there. You know what I mean? It's there. If everybody goes there and looks at it, and that's sort of my goal in doing this, is to help inspire people to go and see this and say, you know what I mean? Especially the ones that disagree with me. You know what I mean? I want them to go out and be like, "Oh, fuck Julien. I'm gonna go find out what," and then they'll see the truth, and then you know what I mean? So yeah, man.
Here's what I would say. Business is statistically 80% of businesses fail in the first 2 years. That's all businesses.
Yeah.
You know, my whole thing is like you said, information exists on the internet, through guides, blogs, whatever. Really take the time to take their notes, listen to all these lives, apply it, fail, do good, and actually succeed. They deserve it, and they probably would have gotten successful with or without you. Because it takes that much persistence and tenacity to actually get here.
Yeah.
You know, someone's not going to come in your live and just hear one little gem and that's it.
No.
Like, they're going to have to go through, we all gone through, you know, which is a lot of sleepless nights. And, you know, you got to stay committed if you actually even want to see a people's success. So, with that being said, it's like, man, you don't have to be stingy with knowledge. Put it out there.
Yeah. That's a good point. That's a good point. You know what I mean? And it helps that I have good friends like Ricky and Yusuf to come on. And like I always say to people, if it was just me sitting here talking, the show would suck. You know what I mean? It's the whole camaraderie in the group and everything, and everybody's knowledge, because there's a lot of stuff that I don't know that, you know, other people are contributing and stuff like that. I know nothing about powder. You know what I mean? And look at we you know what I mean, we're able to see how quickly an instant powder, and that opens up to so many doors for so many products for so many people. You know what I mean? And to go back to what we're saying about trying to build this platform for all our clients, it's like hopefully these people that are serious are watching this and they get some ideas. And yeah, if they go and be the first to it, that's fine. You know, I'll be coming up, you know, behind them. I'll still come up with my product, but you know what I mean? Everybody's got space on the shelf. There's enough space for everybody, you know?
Yeah, you know, another blessing with, you know, good karma for not being stingy is that you have excellence in bar presence now. You have everyone in this room that has successful businesses that have gems that you may have not done or tried yet or whatever. It's like, you know, who does Mike Tyson spar with that he wants to get better in his prime? He has to go against some of the biggest beasts, you know. That's with any realm, even, you know, rappers that really write their lyrics and write fire bars. It's like they have to hear a Kendrick. I'm sure when Drake hears a Kendrick verse, he's like, I got to come harder this time. If he didn't have that, you know, he'd be writing weak bars, probably.
Yeah.
There's nothing challenging it. You know, I just say, it's like, I think this is healthy. You know, I see this competition is like, this is the bar to be in. You have everybody that's killing it. And imagine when we put all our knowledge together, it's like, wow, we could be like on whatever that mountain is.
Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, Mount Rushmore. The Seamoss Mount Rushmore King.
that is.
Make a digital version of it, actually.
I want to pose like this.
Friendly competition. Like that friendly competition is like I tell Julien about all the time. If he comes out with a product, I have to eat it. I have to do something.
Yeah. No, and just hearing that makes me even happier to be.
Your website next, and I'll be like, I see what you're doing. I got to see what you're doing right now. And that's the beauty of it. Like you get around people, and I get inspired. Like I'm every Wednesday, I get inspired. Just talking to different people that actually have different businesses and doing different products. I just want to see what's next. Like, what's next?
That powder, you can add that to like a lean protein powder.
Oh, it's coming.
You make, because that particular Seamoss helps you flush out. So if you're trying to lose weight, take protein and stuff. I was just thinking about that. I usually add the gel to it, and the gel sometimes is, you know, I'd rather use that powder. That's why I was surprised. Because you're the first person I heard that make out of powder, that particular type of Seamoss. Yeah, I wouldn't mind trying it.
Send me your address, man. I'm gonna send you something. Like I got tons of. When I say this is what I do all day long. I just make powder all day long.
How much your powder going for again? Like a pound?
You know what? I had to start selling it by the pound. Like I just been accumulating. I just been making it like because I don't want to actually start really selling it and then it starts really going good, and I have people wait for a couple weeks. Like, my biggest thing is, if you order from me, I try to get out like ASAP. I'm one of them. Once I see the order, it's gone. So, but usually I'm probably gonna end up charging like $60-$65 for it. And really, because it's really just about the process. Like he was saying that when he actually goes and gets his powder done, like he doesn't know if they're gonna wash it off the correct way. He doesn't know if like all the things that they're not going through all the process that you know that they should be going through. Like, even if you
was just talking about that too.
Yeah, even if you send it to somebody, you don't like they're going through skip process because the thing is that they're not taking your product. Like I take my product. Like I'm on my product every day. Like when I make the process, I'm going to take it after I make it. So it has to be good. It has to be the best. I'm not going to take nothing but the best. And I want to give my clients anything but the best. So yeah, I'm gonna go through all the process.
Mm-hmm.
Julien, I should be speaking with some really big people back in my country in the next 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Once that conversation had and I laid out the game plan, I talked about, I'll definitely be contacting you to your connects, bring you guys over as well, probably even fly you out. And yeah, I think it's definitely a country no one talks about, or even farms on it. It's like I said, it's embarrassing. It's like it's what it's ever.
And that's Bahamas, right?
Yeah, Bahamas.
Yeah, it'd be nice to do it.
That's where I'm from. That's where I was born.
So what part?
Well, I have family in Nassau, Bimini, Abaco.
Shreveport. That's on my feet. We're in Shreveport.
Okay, yeah.
You know Jamal Munger?
I don't, man. I left Bahamas. So my family, my last name, my family tree. But me, I'm not that historian. But I do know when I went, they were waiting on the island. They were waiting for imports to sell Seamoss again as they ran up. That's when I was like, what? Why are we importing Seamoss in the Bahamas? You can literally walk 1 mile into the ocean and still see your toes. I mean, it's the most clean water in the world. Like, I don't understand why we're importing anything. So I had my work cut out. I had some really big giants that can give me land, and that's probably worth billions. But so far, dropping crumbs, I have some good feedback so far. So definitely, I would love to include some of you brothers, especially you, Julien, just start from
Dude, dude, it would be my honor to go. Like, I would just fly me out there. I'd go there for free, just cover my costs. You know what I mean? To go and help you guys set that up so that you can, because we talked about what your reasons for doing it, and to accomplish all those things and to create economic growth for your your community. I'm fucking 1,000% behind that. You know what I mean?
So karma is somebody person that owns a farm where you're pretty much just covering shipping. Because I don't even care.
Mm-hmm.
So just pay for shipping to how much you want. I'd like to get into that level. Maybe 1,000.
I could show you how to build the farms. You know what I mean? I've witnessed and saw a lot of like farms. I went to one guy's farm where he built it in this grid pattern, and basically he had 4 blocks. Then he would have a channel. Then he'd have another 4 blocks, and then in those blocks he would have all these lines running into them, double-sided, and it was he was producing over 900 pounds a week on it. Yeah, and so this area was maybe it wasn't too big, like.
That's incredible.
Yeah, let's say maybe 200, 300 feet, like by like 200, 300 feet. not massive, like, but it was all tightly compact. And the poles and everything the sticks were all underground, and all you could see, he had these big kind of like logs that would form the sort of like the square, and then he would run the lines within the logs. And so, pardon?
It sounds like he really maximizes.
Yeah, and it was really efficient, and it was a matter of like part of the things too when we design this is you're gonna have to make it easy to like kind of like take the ropes on and off when you're farming, because they're gonna have to come in and they plant them offline and then bring them into the poles and attach them there and move them there. Yeah.
Hey, I saw your post on Facebook about there being a testing center in St. Lucia. We have to get together. As I told you, we tested our raw Seamoss, and we have all the mineral breakdown, how much of each mineral, everything. Like we paid for clients that with those results. I haven't shared it with our customers yet, but I plan on doing it. I think I'll do it in like a video or something. You know, but
Can you?
Is wild versus farm versus 30% versus 10%. We tested the 10%. But I saw your post and I agree with you. I know there's not going to be a difference. However, it's nothing like solid paperwork and scientific data to back you up, so people don't call you crazy.
So I want to know: are you able to touch a little bit on it? Like, have you tested the amount, the number of minerals? Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I have tested the minerals. So far, we can confirm without a shadow of a doubt 62 of them. There are still a handful of minerals that we have to test just to rule out or rule in. Or we have 52 confirmed and a percentage of complex there. Definitely is like the best multi-vitamin on the planet, that's for sure. And that's what that test confirmed. You know, whether it's 92, 80, or 60 is different, and you know we'll conclude that. But however, we can definitely 100% guarantee that it has like pretty much everything the human body is made of. 100%.
Well, once you reach that 60 over 60, I think you hit that threshold. Because I read articles that say that the amount of naturally occurring elements in the human body is around 60 or so. So that's wicked. But like I always tell people, whether it's 60, whether it's not like you're gonna sit there and go, oh, it's 89, forget it. You know, like, dude, it has more nutrients than the average thing that you eat. Like even at 50 minerals, that's more than what you normally digest in a day.
Yeah. If people are eating fast food or eating processed food, they're probably not even getting 10.
Yes.
You know, unless they're eating really high quality grass-fed meat, that's the time to go to that. You know, it's still not Seamoss, but and if you're plant-based like I am, that's not even an option. Yeah, I'm not like that.
I'm like the only one here that's probably not plant-based.
Hey, no judgment at all.
No.
I cook for my friends who are not vegan, I cook them the carnivore stuff they like. Like, I'm not vegan, Texas vegan, like looking at me being plant-based should be healthy, you know? And this one, you know, here's why, man. For me to be plant-based because of that animal, I feel like I have to eat the crap every day. Why? Because this factory is most of the world killing them by millions. And me stopping eating is not going to stop it. So, you know, it's like, I feel like running like a hamster wheel. You know?
But I understand, like, with Yusuf, your reasoning is like, he's seen how the food system works. And it's kind of like, he's like, yeah. Like, that, you know, I remember you telling me, like, if you saw how things were, you wouldn't eat meat.
Oh, yeah. You wouldn't. Like, you'll think twice. But for me, it's like seeing an animal, hearing an animal scream, knowing that they're going to that. That's a scary ass sound to hear. That's like, you see them fighting, trying to get out the truck. Yeah, that's like some shit. You be like, yeah, fake animals don't cry. People think they don't cry. And you know, that shit like just think about their last thoughts. They know they about all that anxiety, all that stuff that bottles it up in the water. That's really what you're eating.
Yeah. Adrenaline and everything. That's what you're eating. I wonder why you're all fucking. Like, man, what's wrong? It's fucking kind of hard.
Hey, Ricky, people are asking you, what are you drinking in the top right? There's so many comments going. It's hard. Sorry to anybody that we haven't answered any of your questions because we were just talking, but I noticed it's like cha-ching, cha-ching.
This is my app milk. It's actually a company that sells Seamoss. They actually put it in their milk. This milk is this is called cocoa, holy cocoa or holy cacao. Man,
wow.
So he brings it to me probably once or twice a week, and I'm just like I go crazy with it. And then I put the Bae Bonde in it.
Yeah.
So this is like my late night get right. Before I go to sleep. Before I go to bed, I want it before I go to sleep. But before I go to bed, this is my late night get right.
Yes.
So you make that Seamoss in, oh man. And then they got I give some to Crystal too. So I'll give some to her. She actually likes they got a cold coffee. So she takes the cold coffee. I like either the hemp milk or the holy cacao. Those are my two.
Yeah, man.
So yeah, that's them two because wonderful company, Astro.
Do they share the local company?
They're a local company in Atlanta. I'm not sure if they're shipping yet, but we've been working on some things right now. I've been looking at, and I know that you guys are probably, since you guys are in the field, I've been looking at high pressure pasteurization. And that's based on if you're actually making drinks or anything of that nature. If you want to have a cold pressed drink and have a lactation stage, you have to do high pressure pasteurization.
Yeah, high pressure pasteurization.
Exactly. Now the biggest thing about that is you're gonna have to spend some money to get the operation stuff now. So we've been talking to a couple people because I'm so far behind these people. Like whatever they need for me to do, I'm going to actually do it for them. So we've been looking into that. Then these are other people that actually want to open up a facility for me down in Atlanta. So we've been looking into that as well. And they just got me another so they're from Peru. So they've been getting me there's a lot of different herbs and everything that we've been talking about getting from Peru, like macaroon. He has like 4 or 5 different macaroons that he's gonna go down and get me next month because the biggest thing I'm into, as you were talking about earlier, is this is kind of like a stepping stone. And then you just start opening up all these different type of herbs that you can start adding to it or just want to start taking as well. Yes, sir. The next step is just to have an herb shop. My biggest plan is like, you know how they said you have a liquor store or a chicken spot in every hood? Every hood.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And so, like, that's the route that we're going until we herb spot in every hood.
And there should be. I was even funny, like you brought that up, because that was an idea that I was running through my head today was like, I want to maybe open up a store in Toronto where it's kind of like almost like a all black only store, but it's like we have a few of those here, but I feel like a lot of them, they're more for profit than they are to help people. Do you know what I'm saying? And so this is something where I would go find like somewhere where it's cheap rent, maybe $500, $1,000 a month, put the shelf, make the store nice, and then do something like consignment where these people put their products in, and I'll go and approach them and say, hey, come put your products in my store. And then we just charge like, a fee like 10% or something like that to handle the sales and just keep the idea is not to make money from it, but more create an operation to which these guys now have an ability to get their store. Because one of the things I've learned is that sometimes it just takes you to have one store and you can use that store to leverage to get all the other stores. So now imagine there's a store where we make it incredibly easy for you to get into the store and be on that shelf. And we even will vouch for you to get into other stores. The idea is almost like you're getting into the store so that you could use that to get into other stores. Do you know what I mean? But it's also a good store. We're selling all black products. It's cheap. We're doing it like not so much to like, because even with the stores, I think they have it black owned Toronto, they call it. It's like I talked to a guy and he's like, I got to pay for shelf space. Then I got to pay a percentage of the fee. They want to take like 20 or 30%. And I'm just like, and you're paying rent? Like, it's like how much do you, and I get it. They're in this big mall and da 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 da. But my attitude is you don't really need to be in that. You're creating a destination place. Do you know what I'm saying? Like how they have that Black and Noble or something like that. Yes. Now, imagine we had locations all over through the city where these guys can now leverage and put their stuff in the stores, the herb store in every block.
Yeah. Hey, just to piggyback with you on the high pasteurization, I don't know if you guys ran into this as well. We were actually looking for a co-packing facility to mass produce our product for a couple of reasons. They can pasteurize it, which means it will shelf stabilize it, and we could be in more places like stores and shelves. And they did offer us two different types of pasteurization. One was the high pressure pasteurization, which I'm the biggest fan of. The problem with that is the product still has to be in a refrigerator or a freezer, and which kind of it doesn't help us who is 100% e-commerce, where we actually want to cut on shipping, where we don't have to send things 2 days with commercial ice and insulated bubble wrap and all these things to maintain temperature, because it wouldn't help our shipping costs at all. We would still have to freeze the product first, ship it the same way, high pressure pasteurize it. Not only that, I don't know if you ever played Monopoly, you know, the cream of the crop is Boardwalk and Park Place. Those are like, that's what refrigerator space is in the grocery store. That is literally Boardwalk. Like, it is the hardest part of the grocery store to occupy because it has the most competition and it has the biggest brands. You know, if somebody's starting off, you may get like a top shelf product or a bottom shelf product. The middle section is high real estate as well, because that's where kids' eyes go, and they influence the parents to buy. You know, I've been doing a lot of research on this. So when you come in as a brand, they test you out. They're going to put you somewhere that's not that visible. See what your numbers are. You want a refrigerator section, you got to be popping. You know, and with a high pasteurization process, you still have to be in the refrigerator section. Versus, I'm talking about this, versus like using the warming method, which is below boiling temperature pasteurization for a few seconds, and it kills the microbes that turn mold that spoil the product, but it leaves the minerals. It's like I was telling Julien, if you put a rock in a pot of water and had it below boiling for like a few seconds, would the rock disappear? And minerals are like, so and we're running that too to make sure, because you want to make sure that customers lose absolutely nothing when they also gain a much longer shelf life, even in the refrigerator. Imagine your Seamoss lasting for 2 months now instead of 3 to 4 weeks. You know, it's just so yeah, we've been looking at both versions, man. I have food science working with engineers that I'm working with, and like that's literally the goal this year, is to get into stores and to be able to ship this worldwide too and not have it spoiled. Because I have customers like Colombia, Canada, UK bought from us, and for overnight, but then customs will sit on it for 3 days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's horrible.
You know, and by the time they get it, it's a science project, you know?
Yeah. You almost need to have like an operation producing it close, like almost like closer to where these people are. You know what I mean? Like, if you have cities where there's a lot, you open up like a SAP, but then that's more work, that's more cost. Like, you know.
FedEx are see which areas like at a facility and places where we can get it to them in one day, kind of almost like how Amazon does. And enough, you know, there was like I think Minneapolis or some random states I would never. but like based on our demographics, like if you open a store here, you would actually, after us, you're like, man, you would have saved like paying shipping last year if you had a facility here. And I'm running numbers. I'm like, man, running for a year in a state like cost of living is so low. Like I would have been able to open the door and still profit, you know. So it's like
that
really numbers is important.
That's something you might consider. Maybe even like opening up like partner franchises or franchise stores where you're opening up a small location in a neighborhood area where they're not only selling the gels locally, but that's where they're producing and reselling the gels to ship for that area. Do you know what I mean? I'll send you my check later. Okay? I saw his eyes light up like, what the fuck? Yes, you're welcome, Alexia.
Actually, I do want to touch on that, what you said about the boiling, actually boiling the Seamoss, because I've been actually working on that. Like we always talk about it, boiling is a good way, and I always like at first I was against it, and then I started reading more about it to the point where it's not necessarily a boil. Like I get my water to a boil, and then I turn it all the way down, and then I put my Seamoss in at that time. So it's the same.
Oh, that's nice.
My question is there like, because I'm really specific about everything, is there like a specific, like a temperature that you get it to, and then you say, okay, let me go ahead and turn the temperature down? Because mine's been through trial and error, to be honest with you.
To answer your question, yes, there is a certain temperature, but that varies based on your ingredients. So, like, what we had to do was actually ship our product overnight frozen to a science lab and have them test based on our formula and tell us what the critical point was and exactly the name of the microbe, because there's billions of them, exactly the name of the microbe that's spoiling our product. And then it's kind of like when an exterminator comes to your apartment, it's like they can't use roach bait for ants and vice versa. You know, so it's like now that we know the name of the microbe, they can now say, okay, this is the temperature needed to kill that specific bug. You know, so it is specific to like your formula. For us, it was way below boiling temperature, and less than 2 minutes. You know, and it literally just got rid of the problem and left everything that we love about Seamoss behind. You know, and like you said, these machines that can do this are very expensive. We just invested $100,000 in this machine, and it takes 5 months to build, so we probably won't have it until the summertime, which is kind of perfect timing, you know, but I wish we had it a few months before the summer. But yeah, I mean, these things are expensive, and it's not something you can go and buy off the shelf. It has to be custom built. And here's the thing, if you make Seamoss in a blender, like those blenders get hot. Those blenders get hot. The friction of the blade, especially if you have a very high RPM, if you want a smooth gel, those blades get hot. And I've had our chefs test the temperature. It's definitely way below boiling, but it's not too far away from where we would need it to be to pasteurize it either. It's not there. It doesn't meet temperature, which is why we can't like pasteurize in our blender.
Mm-hmm.
But I say that to say, you know, obviously nothing is going away. And just one more point, and I brought this up with Julien last time we spoke. Our ancestors that's been using Seamoss for hundreds of years, they didn't have Vitamixes and all these commercial blenders, so they had to boil their stuff. We wouldn't even know about Seamoss if it lost its minerals from heat, because it wouldn't have been effective and worth talking about it. You know, so the fact that everyone was benefiting from this for hundreds of years and they had to boil it, why do we think now that it's going to lose its minerals?
And not even back then, to this day. Like, dude, when I'm in St. Lucia and I explain to them, like several times I'll be talking to a farmer and he'd be like, okay, so when you get this stuff and this and then you boil it, and I'm like, hold on a second. He'd go, what? I'd be like, they don't boil it up there. He was like, what do you mean they don't boil it up there? I go, in North America, they don't boil the gel. He's like, what do you mean they don't boil the gel? Why don't they boil the gel? And I'm like, because they soak it. He's like, what do they do? I go, they soak it. It's like, but there's bacteria in it. There's this. They have to boil it. You know, to them, it's too dangerous. It's like they think everybody's crazy because they don't boil it.
Right.
Yeah.
But, you know, man, it's it's all these little scarcity mindset brands that literally go on and say, hey, Seamoss has salt on it, it's fake. Hey, if they use it, you're getting no nutrients. Hey, and nobody has a lab sheet. Everyone's just going off of like the top of their head. And the thing is, like, I'm a science major. I worked for NASA before I started my own company. We obsessed about labs. We obsessed about testing everything. Science doesn't lie. People do, man. And
That's
it's like,
so true.
all day, but then you invest $10,000 on doing a study, and you realize, like, wow, it loses nothing. It has all these minerals in it. People are just saying whatever they think is going to make people pick them over us. And it's like, man, just spread the truth and let the industry explode. If Seamoss, analysts predict that Seamoss would be a $96 billion industry by 2025. That's like around the corner. Mm-hmm. Imagine having 0.5% of that. That's a $500 million company. Imagine having 0.1% of that.
Yes.
It's like you're hurting the industry by spreading around all these fallacies when the goal should be healing people, educating people, letting the industry naturally explode, and then anyone that's involved, which is mostly us and people of color, Caribbean folk, and all this other stuff, benefit. Do you know what that can do for the Black community? Like, are you kidding? Are we not on the same team here?
Thank you. Thank you.
That's the biggest thing, is that we're going to keep on arguing amongst each other, and then big corporations are going to come through and take everything.
Take everything. Exactly.
It is.
Yeah, I'm working every day against that, man.
And then, again, guess what we're going to blame it on? We're going to blame it on them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not our fault.
It's not our fault. We're going to blame it on them. It's their fault. It's our fault because we can't get out each other's way. We can't big up our neighbor and say, hey, man, you're doing a good job. Continue doing what you're doing. Let me support you.
Mm-hmm.
If the dollar ain't coming directly to them, then they have an issue with it. Like, and that's my biggest thing, because, like you said, the biggest thing about it is that we're getting healthy. Like, the whole mission is how fast can we get our people healthy? Because once we get healthy, then we start thinking a lot better.
Yeah.
Our mind frame starts to get better. Then, as a whole, we can start elevating ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, we got to become a Seamoss Avengers. That would be better.
I'm for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm trying to do the coffee.
Is that your thing?
Yeah, coffee and kombucha. But yeah, I don't sell Seamoss yet. I'm still on the fence.
Okay, so I'll agree with you, man. I'll tell you how my business started a year and a half ago. I was not trying to start a Seamoss company. I always have Seamoss because I'm Bahamian, and it's just what we do, right? So I always have at least like 10 pounds in the house at all times.
Wow.
When it broke out, I was taking care of my grandmother, who was 79 years old, had thyroid issues. We already know that Seamoss is amazing for thyroid. So she loves coffee. This is why I'm bringing this up. She loves coffee. Every morning I would make her a latte with Seamoss gel in it. She had no idea it was in it, And her hair was thinning, thyroid issues, to the point where it was like bulging out of her throat.
Oh, wow.
And her bulge went away. Her hair started growing thicker. Her memory got better. Her eyes got whiter. And I just wanted to keep her immunity up because we were in COVID, And then I shared the snaps on my Instagram. I had friends who were nurses. It's like, hey, I'm around COVID patients all the time. Can I please get some? I was giving it away for free. If you were a first responder or a nurse, I gave you free Seamoss. I even shipped it to you.
Wow. Yes.
I did that until I was like, wow, I'm getting so much orders, I'm going broke. I was like, to start charging something.
Mm-hmm.
But it started with me making lattes for my grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm glad you said you're not doing Seamoss yet. That's an indication that you plan on adding it. Because, man, if you're already making coffee, especially when you have Gold Seamoss making clean powder, it's like, imagine adding that to your coffee, instant coffee mix. I don't know if you do instant coffee, You know, but imagine adding that clean powder with instant coffee mix. Come on, man.
Mm-hmm.
And now you just got me really thinking, because I actually used to be a supervisor for Keurig, the coffee machine. That is actually
with us.
That's right. And that's what I just started thinking about. As soon as you said coffee, I'm like, we can just add that to an instant coffee pot, boom, and get it out there to the people as quick as possible.
You're trying to do the instant Seamoss.
You were trying to do the instant Seamoss.
No, I'm saying. No. I'm just like, me, coffee and kombucha, that's the stuff I'm working on. But I'm saying, I'm thinking about your pot of Seamoss. I'm like, because I drive trucks. I'm running my company through another company I'm leased on. But I'm thinking about being out here and just opening up a pack of Seamoss, dumping in water, shake and drink. Like, see what I'm saying? Like, that's something I see a lot of stuff truckers need, bro. And they need a lot of stuff out here.
I actually am going to start doing that because I'm creating like a green drink. So you can just pretty much dump, you already have the Seamoss in there, shake it up and go and drink. I really didn't think about coffee because I'm not a coffee drinker. However, like, I can't have too many businesses, so I'm always like, hey, you want to do that, I'm all for it. Whatever you need, I'm like these people. I couldn't make milk by myself, so I already had a company that was already making milk. I just kind of partnered with them. It's like, hey, you need Seamoss in it, and it goes from there.
Well, I'm Googling dehydrators as we speak. I figured if I move quick enough, I can come up with a company, and I'll just sell. You know what I mean? I'll dehydrate all your Seamoss and clean it, and
See, there you go, Julien banging.
Solving problems.
Julien be like, nah, I'm sending it to you clean already and powder.
That's it. Well, no, I'll sell them they can powder it themselves. I'll just sell it to them clean and dehydrated. Good to go.
Hey, Premium Seamoss said they'll make it. You got people in the chat already ready to go.
There you go.
Message, and I'm all for it. I'll send you a pack so you can get started.
Hey guys, but good catching up always, man. I know this is the beginning, not the end.
Yes.
I got some work to wrap up before I head to bed.
Okay.
This is beautiful, man. I'm really proud of all of us. Everyone that's in here too, that's Seamoss fans. It's just a beautiful thing.
Mm-hmm,
What's your name on Instagram?
Oh, so my business page is seamosstransformation.com. I'm sorry, at Seamoss Transformation. And my personal is at Alexio 2.0. I'm going to put it in the chat. Yeah. I went live on my business page so we can get some more traction here. It's kind of late too. Julien, if you ever want to do something like in peak hours, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll do it. I'm available during the day.
I'm already following. I follow everybody.
I just do this at night, like after this time, because this is when I know I can consistently be around. But during the day, like when I'm at the warehouse, yeah, man, let's do something.
We can something, man. Peak hours, I believe, between 7 and 9. People have already been home for 2 hours, probably already cooked for their family, and now they're just like Instagram thumbing, So, that way we can really talk to the people, educate them, and go from there. Have a really good crowd.
Yeah, man, I'll do that. Yeah, for sure. Let's talk. Reach out to me and let's work out a time.
All right, sounds good, guys.
Okay.
Hey, nice meeting you, and you guys take care.
Yes. Peace, man. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, really nice guy. Super, super, super humble, down to earth. You know what I mean? And I like that he's on the same page as like what we've been talking about. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's almost scary the way that he was kind of right on the same thing that we've been talking about for a while.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that's perfect. What's going on, man?
Greetings, brother.
Good evening. Good evening. Good night. How are you?
Good night.
Sorry, I know you've been trying to get on for a while, but I gotta put a complaint into Instagram. They only allow 4 of us now.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a blessing to meet with the brothers. I also prepare some Seamoss as well,
Mm-hmm.
and also selling Seamoss and herbs as and other stuff. But
Okay.
I heard the previous caller. He was making some really interesting comments. And talking about some of the things that the queries of persons as well, and the whole process flow, and product integrity. But myself is a science major as well, and I've done a lot of chemistry as well. So the gel making, even though I'm doing it now, is something that I've done way back when as a chemist.
Mm-hmm.
But now that I given a chance to make this thing and sharing it with my community, I'm learning so much from just the process itself. I haven't had any problem where spoilage is of concern, because I'm aware of certain very important areas in the process that they call critical control points. And like if we're talking about things like microbes, those that are associated with Seamoss, we have to always bear in mind that every single thing can be contaminated. Even if it is clean at the sea level, prepared and shipped here.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. If you have that eye of a microbiologist, you will always see the microbes being moved. And you will only want to try to reduce it at every level of the process. Now, here in North America, as you said, Mr. St. Lucian,
yes,
most North Americans do not want to treat add any form of heat to the Seamoss. I don't know where they get the understanding from. But applying some level of heat is one way. It's actually a critical control point where you can lower the load or even eradicate the pathogen that might be threatening. Right? But different species of Seamoss can tolerate different levels of heat or height at different levels of temperatures.
Yes.
No, there are some compounds in the Seamoss that is very heat sensitive. And there are some compounds that require heat to go into gelation. All right? Now, majority of the Seamoss that we use it, it doesn't matter the species. Seamoss itself contains a lot of what we call polysaccharide that we cannot digest. Right? They are mostly carrageenans, agars, you know them, the carrageenans, the agars. We cannot digest them, but they are powerful for the gut. The microbes in the gut need them. So they are called the prebiotic and the probiotic. So you see things like the colored seaweed, they are very, very powerful because they are potent in these antioxidant and polysaccharides that they actually restore the gut microbiota. These are things that I've seen firsthand. People with what gut, just eating the Seamoss for a little while. So many things change in their system. It's amazing. You want to take the credit for it, but you better not do that thing. You know what I mean? Let it be. You are called to share and help and heal. Most of these people I see as well, sick from COVID, just 2 tablespoons, and I see people getting back life. It speaks to how much their body, the system is deficient in a thing called zinc. Bioavailable zinc. But not all these compounds have bioavailable zinc. You take the compounds, the supplement.
Yeah, they don't zinc.
Most of the zinc sits in the gut. Right? So a thing like the virus that is causing the problem, if you have zinc will block the replication of the virus, right? So it cannot hijack your genome. But zinc won't get into your body if you don't have vitamin A. Vitamin A is needed to dissolve zinc to carry it into the body. But vitamin A also need a fat-soluble substance to also bring it into assimilation. Guess what? See, you see Seamoss?
Has it all.
Seamoss have everybody together.
Yes.
It is like a system food. You get me?
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have to worry about that nostalgia around there and that might obstruct it around. It's a system food. You see how it stay with all of these appendages?
Mm-hmm.
It represents your capillary network. Just the way it works. But importantly, Seamoss is highly similar to a substance that is produced by the mucosal membrane called mucus.
Mm.
Seamoss is like an external mucus. So most of us are suffering from fire in the organs, in the cell. Pure fire. It's inflammation.
Mm-hmm.
Inflammation because free radicals, reactive oxygen species constantly leaking onto the membrane,
Mm-hmm.
the protein, the enzymes, and they are losing their integrity. And whenever they hit onto the membrane wall, it bleeds mucus because it's called mucosal membrane. So it releases mucus into the spaces between two cells and form interstitial fluids, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That little thing that it bleeds right in between there is where all the problem is coming from. Because that must be released or drained. So the mucus usually remove what is between there and what is coming from in the cell. But if the mucus lost its integrity, because the mucus is filled with alkaline mineral, just like Seamoss.
Mm-hmm.
If it loses its integrity, it cannot prevent toxins from moving into the cell. And it cannot carry out its role of putting things out.
Mm-hmm.
Seamoss, when Seamoss meets the interstitial fluids, it actually regenerates the whole activity that is going on there.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a coolant.
Yeah, it like rehydrates it and cools it down.
Right. And that's the next thing with it. See, wherever you see magnesium and potassium, they will draw water molecules with them. Yes, Seamoss is like that.
Yes.
Seamoss has those minerals and those minerals pull water. So whenever you take Seamoss, you're called for water too. Mm-hmm. Not only that, you get some extra energy, you want to do something. Yes, man. Seamoss is like that.
Dude, I don't want to cut you off, but I just want to say this. Thank you for sharing this stuff. This information, like some of it I know, some of it I have no idea. I'm learning, but you're one of the few people that I've met who really understand the intercellular with the mucus. Like a lot of people are saying, oh, you got to have no mucus, and it's like, no, you don't. And I just don't argue with them because it's like I can't get into. I don't know it that well. Like you're explaining it to make them understand what the part mucus plays in the role.
It's so the accumulation of the mucus. You see, if it accumulates and becomes stuck, wherever it accumulates and stuck, you will either get a pneumonia, asthma, brain damage, wherever. Accumulates and becomes stuck. It needs to move. Yeah. If it's stuck, it will solidify. Yeah. Especially if calcium is in it. It will form a rock. Mm-hmm. You get it? So it needs to move. Yes. Acidity, arginate. Acid, arginate. Calcium, arginate. So that's our problem. Fire in the cell because the mucus is not moving. Mm-hmm. Yes. Now, we do things, we must do it some more so that we can share the knowledge with the Seamoss eaters so that they are more confident. But what I've realized though, and based on some studies, we should not eat the Seamoss above 60 degrees. Okay. You know what I mean? That's a safe point, between 30 to 60. And we should capture even the microbes that are threatening. And at the same time, it is the temperature sufficient to bring carrageenan into solution, right? Into gelation as well.
I just want to cut you off to say that. That's something I've always kind of questioned, right? To people is like, maybe when you heat it, there's something that activates it. Because I'm sure a lot of you guys are familiar with marijuana. When you make edibles, you have to decarbonate it or whatever because you got to change it. Is it decarbonate at 185 or something like that? Something like that. But the process, yeah, but the main process is you're doing it because you want to convert it from THC-A to THC-B. And I'm like, well, what if that's something like that in the Seamoss? You know what I mean? And you need to heat it, maybe not high temperature, but to release certain activity. Because my dad would be like, no, man, the gel, it's like, he swears by heating it. He gets mad when he sees me like making it and I'm not heating it. He's just like, oh, fuck.
You see, you need to, if you want to get the benefits of the polysaccharides, you have to bring things like carrageenan into solution, into gelation.
Yes.
And by 60 degrees, you can get it.
Yes. So is that 60 degrees Fahrenheit or Celsius?
Degrees Celsius.
Celsius. Okay, so you don't want to bring it to a boil.
Boil it.
No.
Because some compounds will volatilize at that temperature, you know?
True.
And iodine is sensitive.
Yeah, and you want to keep a lot of that iodine in there because that's some of the active stuff. Yeah, man.
But you know, I actually developed 5 blends because I heard that this guy in the truck said he wish he could get something like this. So I developed 5 blends. One is turmeric, ginger, and pineapple, and that one was doing a lot for mucus removal, the COVID, and all of that sort of thing. That one works. But the skill and the blends is in what I blend together, how I blend it, and at what time. You get me? Right. And then I also have another blend with blueberry, elderberry, bladderwrack, Seamoss, in ginger, and then sweetened with agave. You can just chug those ones. And then I also have another one with spirulina and chlorella. You know, you take 2 tablespoons of that one and keep the day going, or you add it to your smoothie. And then there's also a mango, pumpkin, and cinnamon Seamoss, sweetened with agave. That one, the ladies love it and children love it. And then I also have a literature came out, a peer-reviewed literature came out. But these blends, you know, I've developed them from a scientific understanding. So a literature came out saying that there's this compound in turmeric called curcumin. Yes. And then there's this compound in berries like red blueberry, elderberry, grapes. There's a compound in the skin called resveratrol. Whenever resveratrol and curcumin reacts together in a 1-to-3 ratio, it brings down the fire in the cell significantly, almost putting it out. So it is to get the blend of the berries and the turmeric in the right ratio to effect that healing response. So I have that's my final flavor that I've worked on recently. I call it Shiva Fire because the author, the publisher paper, named Shiva. So I call it one Shiva Fire, which is a blend of the blueberry, elderberry, bladderwrack, the turmeric, ginger together. Actually have that hot taste to it, but it makes your body just open up. And it open up the tonsils at the same time.
Nice.
And then I have the different color gels as well, you know. Getting good response. I started 9 months ago.
Oh, wow.
Really good response.
What area are you in?
I was in Delaware. I started in Delaware.
Oh, nice.
But what I did was actually start the groundwork. I started driving from city to city, teaching people about it, sharing people, let them sampling it. I gave away a lot free. From 9 months ago, I am almost selling 1,500 jars, 16-ounce jars, you know.
Wow.
And I just single-handed, you know, as I said, I drive to cities. I'm in New York, I'm in Connecticut, I'm in Missouri, I'm in Maryland, I'm in Philadelphia, you know.
Yeah, man.
And I start to learn this thing more and more and find friends and keep them in a spot and have them getting the Seamoss there and moving it from where they are, and, you know, that sort of thing. A lot of people didn't believe in what I was doing, but now they are starting to trust the process and see the thing working, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
So, no, I'm saying I'm going to start get myself some more out there on the social media part of it. But I wanted to perfect the products first, you know? I'm working on finalizing the printing parts for the label. I've printed some samples and seen them already looking beautiful, so now I just want to, you know, go full with the printing.
Well,
but things looking good.
Dude, all you need to do is put yourself out there. You're extremely knowledgeable. I already have people like, because I'm also streaming this on Facebook, and they're like, "What's this guy's name? How do I find, like, you know, how do I get more information from you and stuff like that?" And
Yes,
so,
yes,
so share your contacts. So
sharing some more.
tell us how we would find you.
So people can find me on IG at this_scholar_show, the Scholar Show, on this _scholar_show, or you can also follow me on IG, my personal IG account at top_2_%. Like I said, I'm a plant and soil scientist. I have a PhD in plant and soil science. I also have a master's and a bachelor's and also a degree. So I actually speak because I'm knowledgeable.
Yeah, no, you sound like you have a lot of knowledge, and you're one of the most not to say these guys are very knowledgeable, you know what I mean? But like for someone who just came up that I didn't know, most of the people that I deal with, they're not this kind of knowledgeable and understanding and just like, how do I say it? Like just factual. Like this is the facts. This is it. This is how it works. Da 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 da. Usually it's this big marketing blitz thing that they try and push on you, and it's like, you know.
So they answered a couple questions that I had without even having me to ask. So I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot for you. I appreciate you all. Let's do more of this and kind of move forward in this sort of manner more than the competition and the hate, and that's what I see a lot.
Yeah, we're not here for that.
We have 340 million people here.
Mm-hmm.
So feed the Seamoss and get them on a healing path.
Mm-hmm.
Just help the people. If you can affect the gut, if you can affect the gut, you affect the mind, right? But there is what is called a neural axis, the brain-gut axis.
Mm-hmm.
If you can restore the gut, then you can impact people's mood. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So let us try to help them more than just make it be about a competition and money-making thing. Seamoss is a lucrative business. And let me say this. It is the first time scientists have seen a product that caused the economy, the ecology, and the environment to go in one direction.
Wow.
That's
so
true.
Let me say it again. It's the first time you can have a product, a crop, like a Seamoss, that the more you plant it, the more you grow it, you pull more CO2 out of the atmosphere and impact climate change positively while growing more Seamoss, feeding more people, and the economy increasing at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
It's the very first time. And if we allow some other group to colonize this, we're joking.
Mm-hmm.
It's time for us to regulate the thing and do it the right way. Start having conferences, start having workshops, start finding a way to make the thing safe for health, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do the testing. It's okay. It's necessary. Pin down your formulation and do it the right way.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, listen, you're welcome to come and join us on these talks. I do this every Wednesday and Sundays.
Okay.
And so anytime you got time, jump on. I try to do it. Well, lately I've been doing it after 9:30, but I'm going to start trying to do it a little bit earlier. And because I know there's some people, like, we go late, bro. Sometimes we go like 3, 4 in the morning. So
that's fine. You know, when we're working.
Yeah.
When we're working.
Okay, so people are asking me to pin. You guys answer.
I'm in Atlanta.
Atlanta.
I live in New Orleans, but I'm in Oklahoma right now.
Okay. New Orleans.
And I'm in Toronto.
Oh, you're in Canada.
Yeah.
Okay. So
yeah.
Should be all right. Some people ask me sometime and I don't know anybody in Canada, so at least I can direct them to you.
Yeah. No, I'm there in Toronto, but we also sell in North America, like in the United States. I sell everywhere. Yeah, and I get the Seamoss directly from St. Lucia. But hey, can you?
I get Seamoss from St. Lucia too in Jamaica, but currently I have the Seamoss from St. Lucia.
Yeah, it's good Seamoss. You know what I mean?
The guys there directly on the ground too.
Pardon?
You know? I know the guys there directly on the ground.
Oh yeah. Well, I might know them. Let them know you were hanging out with the. They call me the White Canadian.
Oh,
I'm dead serious, guys, because they'll go up to my partner and they'll be like, "Hey, what happened to your white friend?" And he'd be like, "My white friend? What the fuck are you talking about?" And he'd be like, "Yeah, you know, the white friend." the guy you were hanging out with before, and they'd be like, I don't have any white friends. And he's like, the Canadian, and he'd be like, oh, he's not white. But when I talk, you think I'm white, like, you know, with a tan or something.
So let me tell you, this is one of my blends, right? This is the blueberry elderberry bladderwrack one.
Yes. Hey, and that's what I wanted to ask. That's what I want to ask you. Can you type in your company name or how people contact you in the comments, and then I'm gonna pin it. Yeah, because people are asking for it, and then I'm gonna pin it so that they can see it, and then I'll share.
Not showing them on live. It's not showing them like it's for his name up there. I tried to confirm it, but
Yeah, you can't. I tried poking the thing. I think once you make the comment, I can select it and pin it. Yeah. So you put there you go. And then I will pin that comment. Boom. And so I'm going to do it here on, you guys keep talking. I'm going to add him on YouTube or the live stream I have.
So I'm currently editing my website. It's called the Pioneer Room. I'm actually editing it right now.
Cool. And are you doing it on WooCommerce, Facebook? How are you making the
website?
Yeah.
The GoDaddy.
Oh, nice.
I'm actually working with some guys from St. Lucia as well, building some of these things too.
Oh, no way. What part of St. Lucia?
So near to the airport.
Yeah, so they're in the south.
Very close to the airport. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's some guys, right? I even sell herbal tea blends, you know, and those herbal teas, I get them from St. Lucia too.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Nice. I probably know the guys you talk to, because it's not a big island, you know what I mean? And the Seamoss industry, it's small.
Okay.
So yeah, there's only.
To see if we can see what's up. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The connection.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
but we can always discuss more Seamoss another time for sure, you know?
Anytime. We can keep discussing it now, dude. We're not going anywhere. What do you want to talk about? You know what I mean?
Yes, for sure. It did lock up for me.
Oh, nice. Look at that. Turn it upside down.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit. That's the test.
That's the test. That's for the 10.
So is it, how do you pronounce your name?
Yes, and now that he just gave me that information, I'm about to go perfect it, because now I know where I can heat it up to, and I got one of them little thermometers, so I'll just put it at like 130, and then to get to boil, and then I'll just let it just slowly just start to do its thing.
Dude, if he can get that stuff in the stores, that's freaking game changing. Like, really, it's gonna open up. Like, people don't realize that. People might get mad and say, "Oh, fuck this guy. He's gonna do." But once he's in the stores, that means it's like, you know, black musicians. Once they break ground, they break into a new genre or whatever. We can all, you know.
It opens up the floodgate.
Yeah.
And that's the only thing that you're waiting for, is somebody to open up the floodgates. And I always said this about, it's either going to be somebody that's going to create a product that's going to be just phenomenal, or somebody going to come into the fold that just has a big enough name to where it's going to trick the whole entire industry. Like, if you get somebody, and I really don't want to say name, but if you get somebody like Beyonce that says that this is what I take, guess what's going to happen? It's going to change the whole industry. And so once you start seeing, and you're slowly starting to see that entertainers are actually getting into it, what happens is that the only thing about entertainment right now is that a lot of them won't want to get into it unless they have skin in the game. And so they'll try to figure out how to get skin in the game. Once they figure out how to get skin in the game, then it's easy for them to say, okay, let me go full force with this. So it's going to be one or two. I would hope it would just be a product. When people adapt to a product and say, hey, they got one, and then the same people that already have a product similar will start to pick up. and then after that, then you start seeing the masses come to play.
Let me say this though. You see this product? I heard you earlier. My challenge with this product. Before I touch that, there's so many things I want to say. Have you ever realized that? I heard people complain about the Seamoss going bad. But honestly, the longer I have this thing, I even keep it outside testing it. It gets better. And I also realizing that there's something called functional food. Seamoss can get better with time if it is free from the harmful pathogens. It can actually break down to form better compounds over time. Yes. And if you blend it very well, it even increases the potency of the product. Well, definitely it happens. I experience it with these products. Once you remove all microbes that are harmful, because the Seamoss, you can totally remove the microbes, or you can remove the harmful one. It's the good microbes. Some of them are endophytes. That means they are inside the Seamoss itself, inside the makeup of the Seamoss. You get me? Right. But the harmful one, difficult to get inside the Seamoss.
Yeah, because they're from the outside, from the water.
Yeah. Right. So you can remove that easily, but there are some good ones that are inside the Seamoss, in the makeup of the Seamoss. Those can activate enzymes so that enzymes can work on other compounds and make them more potent.
Yes.
Right? They can even form certain, like vinegar taste or alcohol taste and those type of things. They can ferment.
Yeah, they can ferment.
They can ferment. If bad bacteria is in it, it won't ferment. It will putrefy and form acid compound, and the product will go rancid, or the color will change, or the accent comes on, so you will know it is spoiled. Once it is the good microbes, it ferments and becomes more like a functional product.
It's how do you say it?
I never had Seamoss that went bad though. Like I never had Seamoss that went bad.
But you boil it.
Refrigerator.
You boil it, right?
Yeah, like it never was bad.
And it's not supposed to go bad. And even if it starts to spoil the gel, the bacteria should not penetrate the entire gel. Probably the top. The top.
Yeah.
Because the product, because the gel lacks oxygen.
Yeah.
And the microbes won't survive if there is no oxygen, right? Right. It will only stay on this upper surface.
Yeah, that's true.
If it is throughout the gel, that means you use a contaminated water, or the container wasn't clean. Right.
That happens a lot. They don't sterilize their stuff properly. Sorry, Yusuf, go ahead.
If you make the agar with the Seamoss, you actually can duplicate the spores from the Seamoss once it starts letting the spores out.
Yes.
You can do that. That's crazy how that is, because you can actually stretch it with Seamoss. The spores are actually, just like the mushroom spores.
That is some microbiology you're talking about now. You know what I mean? When you get the spores, you separate them into other agar dish. And then you can identify what colonies are being formed and see if the microbes are similar that is in the Seamoss. So even that people who make the Seamoss can do in their spare time. Take some of the agar that you microwave it, put it aside, and then you can transfer some of your product to that agar that you prepare and see if it will form spores and colonies as well.
Yeah, if you have Seamoss at a certain time, you probably can scrape the spores off. You have to pick at a certain time of the year, I don't know what time, but that might be something hard for a lot of people to do. But sometimes you can see them on as like small black dots. A lot of people think it's bad, but it's like not really black, but like tan spots.
Yes, yeah. That's how it starts out. So So I wanted to increase the shelf life of this thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I heard you talk about the dehydrator a while ago. So my plan was to pour this into a dehydrator and collect the dust back. So pour this in as this, and then get a powder and put that in a little packet, send it to people.
Mm-hmm.
You add some water and take it back to where it was.
So can I go in further for him?
Mm-hmm. Good.
So dehydrator is good, but if you freeze dry it,
that's the one.
That's the one. That's the one.
That's the one. That's the one. The freeze dry type of dehydrator. That's the one.
Yeah,
that keeps all the chemicals.
Yeah, that's like I would recommend everything that you're saying is perfect now because I actually have a freeze dryer and now you're kind of getting me into a point where I actually want to make the gel, and then once I make the gel, then freeze dry it till it turns into a powder, so it's an easier situation. So you're right on with that as well.
This is what I'm going to do.
I'm gonna actually send you a message later, and we're gonna really discuss that too. So I definitely want to see that coming to fruition. That's a positive situation right there.
We can do great things moving forward. Trust me. You know, we got some access in different areas. Yeah. So it's just time for us to do some teamwork.
Exactly.
And you see this Seamoss, it is pulling us together like how it pulled the nutrients together. So let us keep the family going. You know what I mean? It's a good time. It's a good time. Yes. And Seamoss actually go to the pineal gland as well. So we need it. We need it in the system.
Yeah, we're playing each other out, man.
That's it. Yes, man. We clean each other out. That's the mission, man. Clean up each other.
You said, how long are you gonna be on the road tonight?
Oh, I'm a stop right now, but I'm gonna be on the road for at least probably 2 more damn months now.
Oh, man. You just said 2 months, 2 more months. He said you're a road warrior, huh? No let up. No let up.
I had some truckers spreading up, and I realized them trucks are getting big.
You ain't lying. Well, you ain't lying.
Yeah, I have some friends that may actually carry Seamoss to give it up. I have some friends that may say, make sure you keep this thing.
It's happening. It's slowly happening, but it's happening. You know, because it's all sitting down. It don't matter how much Seamoss or whatever I take. It's the simple fact that I don't have, like, the exercise. I don't exercise outside because you know they pour on the ground in the parking lot of the truck stop. You don't want to work out, you know, in the smell. But, like, even in the truck is too, like, stuffy.
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard for me to work out.
All right. So do you stand up and stretch though?
Yeah,
you stand up?
Got it.
Because you see when you sit like that, you concentrate all the energy right here.
Yep.
You get me?
Right there and right on the back.
Yeah, well, after you concentrate right here, it starts pulling on all type of muscles in your back and all over. Yeah? So, and then behind the navel, you have 9 powerful blood vessels behind the navel that carry oxygen and nutrients and energy to your brain. So when you sit down like this, you pretty much lock off the flow up to your brain. And then you start to impact something called your metabolism. And iodine regulate that. So when you realize now you're going to have a problem with your iodine because of the offset of the metabolism.
Yeah.
Now you have good Seamoss with enough iodine. But you need some water, you need some exercise. So you have to find a way to put in some exercise.
Yeah. And that's the thing. I don't wanna take Seamoss when I'm not working out. Because if you taking Seamoss and you just sitting down, that Seamoss ain't gonna do nothing for you.
I tell you, it will do something for you for sure, but you must not eat anything else. If you eat Seamoss alone, that thing will make you thin like me. That's all I do, eat Seamoss. That thing will make you thin, and I'm not very, very active. Most of the time I'm driving, as I told you, I'm driving to city selling this thing. Yeah, but when I get a chance, it is telling me like I need to move a mountain. Yeah, it's like that, man. But definitely, once you shift your diet and change up your lifestyle, Seamoss will work miracle for you, man.
Well, yeah, I'm definitely about to get out the truck because I never was how much I weigh now. I never weighed this much. But I haven't even really like been taking a Seamoss too much because I've been out here, like this job. But I used to take Seamoss every day, like constantly, every day. But now,
so like when you're taking the Seamoss every day, you used to eat it? What was the dosage?
I eat. Sometimes I eat I make like a 32 ounce container of gel. I eat that whole container sometimes.
Wow, so you just eating the gel, right?
Yeah, but that's when I was working. That's when I was at home, and I was working at home and stuff like that. But I eat it raw. Sometimes I eat it. I eat it up. It doesn't matter to me. I just eat it any kind of way. Sometimes I eat it raw, but I make it like a salad. So I make a salad dressing with it, like lime juice and lemon juice and different I eat it like a salad.
Well, probably I can try about that method and see what it will be like now in the truck.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna get some powder from him though.
And try the powder, yeah.
Yeah, because that'll hold up in the truck better than me. That'll hold up way better. And especially if I can mix it in cold, that'll be way better. I don't have to worry about making it out of gel. Or I'll just put the powder in my mouth. It don't even matter.
So tell me, you have a Ninja in the truck?
No. I took my refrigerator and everything up out of here.
Okay. So you definitely need a little.
Yeah, it's too hard to clean stuff in the truck. Like I had like a portable spray and wash and stuff. It's not enough room in it. It's a big truck, but for me, it's not enough. For everybody else, probably, oh man, it's a big ass truck. It's like an RV. It's smaller for this.
Yeah, but definitely want to find a way to get the product to people like you who are on the road and on the go, and it's in a farm ready to eat. Yeah. That's why I want to bring this to powder. I know that this one would work. Yeah, people love this one. People love this one. In my top selling product.
You got it.
Boy,
yeah. It's my top selling product for real.
Don't think the truck drivers not talking about Seamoss, because they are.
That's what I'm saying.
My friend told me.
It's like if you can just stop and see that you get Seamoss at a spot, you're gonna get the Seamoss at a spot, because you gotta understand they know that they need that nutrition while they're on the road like that. Not to mention they know that they can't work out like they supposed to, so they try to keep that down as much as possible.
Yes, I know that's how I was when I first got it. I had cabinet full of herbs. I had the pills, everything. But it's like the thing that was getting me was like the frustration I go through out here. And that frustration, I don't want to mess with nothing. I don't want to touch the Seamoss. So that's like the mood I am. Every time I get in the truck, my attitude change. Like I feel bad. As soon as I get back in, I'm like, man, I gotta go back in the truck. So,
I feel you on that. You just fix the mindset. You got the mindset.
Yeah. So when I get home, I'm good. But up in the truck, I'm just trying to work it.
So on the truck top, how is it set up? Can you just go there with the products? Is there a way you can put the products in some little store or shop there? What's it called?
I mean, you probably can call around and talk to managers, or you probably can look up their website, because it should be just like you would do if you're trying to get in a store in your city. You can go there and talk to the people and see how your product moves when it's in there. But truck stop, they don't sell nothing else.
Like Truckstop has fruit in there about like this, like it's like half of this bottle. That's their fruit that's cut up, and that's like $5. So people don't pay. Yeah, the Truckstop, everything is like double. It's like double the price you would get in the store, the regular store.
Yes, I think I'm going to start, looking into truck stops, trying to find them and see if I can share the info.
Educate them, get them on the learning. Yeah.
That'd be good.
Yeah, definitely. I thought about it before, honestly.
Yeah, it would have to be something, that's stable, something that can last for a minute. And like y'all said, that powder will be the perfect thing for people out here.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Well, that's where it's coming, I feel. The future is the powder. People just got to get it a good quality product and more people know about it, I find that it's like one reason why I'm skeptical about powder or even capsule stuff is just because I don't know who's putting it in or what. Like I would take capsules from Ricky because I know he's making them. But if it wasn't Ricky, I don't know if I would you know what I mean? So I feel like as more get out there and more people are able to, show a reliable face and stuff, you'll get it. It'll start picking up momentum.
You make capsules, huh? You make capsules too?
Capsules, powder.
Actually, before Seamoss capsule, I've been encapsulating many other products. Because as I said, I do chemistry. I'm a chemist. So you give me a plant, and I can take out the compound that you want from it. I can clean it up and give you it. I've been doing these things for years, Mm-hmm. So the Seamoss is easy to encapsulate, It's easy. So I wanted to sell the powder form, not say Seamoss capsule, there's a powder form of these products. Yes, guys, the response is great.
Really take it, and once you get it, just add water.
Just add water. Yes, I get it right back today.
So you doing it with a freeze dry, right?
Yes, I am.
So, like with because I know how to freeze dry is, man. It's the perfect thing in the kitchen when you're in a restaurant. Oh my God. Make the soup. Okay, freeze dry. Next day, just add water to it.
That's all it is.
That's it. Bro, you can freeze ice cream. You can freeze, bro. You can freeze dry bread. Make it out of flour.
Yes.
And people don't understand that because the only thing you're doing is taking out all the water, taking all the moisture out.
That's it.
So it can sustain itself for a longer period of time. And then the best thing about freeze drying is that, okay, so if I do Seamoss freeze dried, you can't even tell that it's freeze dried. You just look at it like, okay, this Seamoss, but when you touch it, it's just going to just start to go into powder like instantly. Like if I put it down on some freeze dried Seamoss, it's just going to start breaking down the powder. Like I really don't even almost have, like once I actually freeze dry it, most of the time what I do, I actually put it in a bag and I just start crushing it, and it almost crushes into a powder, like that. Like you really want to do too much. And so the funny thing was that I was actually talking. I think I was talking to Julien about this a couple weeks ago. That I want to go ahead and just do the gel, and then once I do the gel, just put the gel in the freeze dryer and then let it do that. I haven't did that yet, so I'm probably gonna end up doing that this week and see what happens. Because that's the only thing I haven't done.
That's how we do the stuff in a restaurant. Like it's already super cold on the pan. It can be gumbo, shrimp, everything in there.
Hey, and people don't even know. People don't even know that's the situation. But the thing is that the restaurants are smart because the shelf life on that is ridiculous high, and so they're never gonna lose their product, bro. They're never gonna lose their product.
I can say doing it like that, you got 10 years, really more. But 10 years, you vacuum seal it after it's freeze dried, and you put one of those packs in there, the little packs,
moisturized,
and they vacuum seal it, it'll last damn near forever. It'll last damn near for 20-something years, to be honest.
Yeah, it's actually 25 plus years, like 25 plus, but we really say 15 plus. You know what I'm saying? Just to be careful. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
That gel, like you saying, doing a gel and put it in there, yeah, that would be like, that would be cool, but you know it's gonna shrink because that water, you know.
Yeah.
And then, but I think that'll be the. I mean, both ways you're doing it gonna be easy anyway.
But if you look at it, so what you would just offer as the concentrated form, like you just concentrate it down to the smallest thing. So like you went, like I went so like that's like when people say it's hard for me to tell you how much I would sell you a freeze dried powder for, because I know how much I'm losing off of. And it's hard to do that ratio of, okay, because sometimes I may lose more off of one batch than I lost off the other batch. It just, and another thing about that is even how the Seamoss is dry when it comes over here. You know, you got to deal with that. If it's already moist when it's already coming over here, then you're not going to get as much yield in the situation. So it's a lot of things, and I'm happy that you're on, because these are things that I'm not a scientist. I'm just a cat that knows. Like I'm just in the kitchen, just experiment with the stuff. So I can break it down. I can break it down to a certain point, but then it's like, okay, let me talk to somebody that really knows what they're doing and kind of go further.
Yeah, I got you, yes. But trust me, you're going to be the expert at what you're doing, the scientist one. Trust me, that's how it goes. But guess what? We need to connect, man, and probably we can do something together, man, with this thing.
Definitely, yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm gonna connect with you after this. So, yeah,
are you at the goal Seamoss?
Yes.
That's you. Definitely will give you a message too. I think we could partner and do something great. We could partner and do something great, man. Yeah.
This is gonna be excellent, man.
That's what this is all about: is partnering, teaming up, working together. You know what I mean? It's like, even, you know what? I got the idea. It's like Wu-Tang Clan.
That's what it's somewhat feeling like.
Yeah, everybody works on their own. They have their own little team. They put their own little label out, whatever. But then when they want to form together to work on some dope ass shit, they all come together, and yeah, man. Yes.
Energy.
Yeah.
And Seamoss will pull us together, man. No matter what, it's going to draw us back together. Seamoss will do that.
For sure,
It's a good thing.
Yeah.
It's a really, really good thing.
All right, Julien, you might be. I gotta get off the live tonight because I got
he
so
just
much
took some of that bomb all day, so
yeah, you know what?
Yeah.
I'm about to go.
You know
I'm
what?
about to go get my Barry White voice. You know what I'm saying? And I'm about to put my Barry White voice.
All right, good chance, brother.
Yes. It was a pleasure meeting you.
Wonderful night. You guys have a beautiful night. I'm gonna talk to y'all. I'm gonna definitely message you tomorrow morning, and I got so many questions. I'll probably be going through them. Julie, I'll be talking to you tomorrow. You said, I'm always gonna see you on the live, man. I appreciate all y'all.
Thanks a lot, man. I'm going to connect with all of you, man. I appreciate you all, man. And one love and heart of love.
Pleasure. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate all you guys.
Everybody that's been on the live, man, I appreciate y'all as well for staying.
Yes.
Yes, thanks to everyone on the live as well.
Okay.
Stay healthy.
So I'm still here. I'll give it like maybe another 5 minutes, and then I don't want to stay out too late because my family.
I should have been asleep. I stopped there, man.
But this is the one thing I love about this show is like what I love about doing this is the fact that there is no plan, and you never know what like when I look at what I was thinking about at the beginning of starting this to where it is now, it's like, holy shit, like what the fuck, man. Like there's pretty lot of information, a lot of people talking, a lot of knowledge, a lot of guys sharing ideas, and everybody's getting along. Everybody's joking. It's laughs. Like, fuck, I love it. I'm definitely inspired and energized. You know what I mean? It's opened my eyes out to a lot of new product ideas, a lot of new ways of doing things. You know what I mean? Alexio taking his time out. Like, dude, that's a guy who's making like $6 million a year selling Seamoss.
That's insane.
And you see how humble he is? That's badass.
And he said he just started doing it during the pandemic.
Yeah, like a year and a half ago. So this is what I'm saying to people, like, ask yourself, how hard are you really fucking working? Because I know I looked at what I'm like, I had to recheck my shit. I'm like, am I really working hard? Because, you know.
It's different for you and him because you're more of the wholesaler. Like, you're not doing as which you can, but he basically focused on his product, like the gel and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
You're selling the raw Seamoss, but you're selling more in bulk.
Mm-hmm.
So he's kind of doing it differently from you.
Oh yeah.
But from me looking at it, I'm like, he making that much, and Julien got to be making bank.
No, but
you could do.
I will now. I'll tell you this right now. I'm not stopping until I do.
You gotta think about private labeling too, even though that might be a lot.
Look.
But that's some way you honestly can really get up there because now you're private labeling. People, a lot of people, if they can get it from you already made, it would have to do it at home. And if they get it from you already clean, it's like, which it is clean, but take without the salt on it, man.
And yeah. And honestly, that's where I see the market kind of heading, where there's going to be a few of these top tier, like sort of like professional outfits that have the warehouse, that have the, you know what I mean, the facility, the machines. Say when it comes to making gel, there's going to come to a point where it's not going to be possible for people to make gel in their kitchens. Whether there's some like law, or whether or not, you know, you have to show that you have a business that doesn't do that, because that's like it's cool now, but it's not going to be cool in the future, I don't believe. And so
they're gonna need a commercial kitchen
or something like that. Or people are going to decide, hey, that's the first question, where is this being made? Is this in a commercial kitchen, or is this in your backyard? And then
you got a sheet with the stuff on.
Dude, it changes fast. Do you know the amount of people in the last 2 months who have requested, like almost like 1 in every 5 people request now a phytosanitary certificate, where before no one even knew what the fuck it was. Do you know what I'm saying?
One person brought up in my mind, what I can see, one person brought it up, and everybody else just followed this one guy. I don't want to mention this one guy, but he's a good dude, herbalist. He mentioned it. Everybody just follows it.
Well, there's a few other people too that I've seen mention it in their ads, like, oh, does your place have this? If they don't have this, you know what I mean? They're not legit. So Grow and Glow Seamoss says, can your super dry be turned into powder, or still need to be cleaned first? It still needs to be cleaned first. But does it need to be rehydrated? I don't know. But I would definitely clean it first. I would always clean your Seamoss. All the time, hands down. Like, there's just so much stuff in the sea. And when they clean it on the farms, or when they're harvesting it, they don't get everything cleaned. You know, so you should always clean your Seamoss. That's where you're going to get a lot of the salt off it too, which will affect the taste when you make it into the powder. But yeah, dude, I was like, you know, loving tonight. You know what I mean? And the fact that like all these guys, you know what I mean? Like I was saying earlier, and I was saying this to this dude that I kind of like mentor. I'm like, I'm doing a lot of this stuff to show people that it's okay to do it. Do you know what I mean? Because a lot of people say to me, oh, you can't do that. You can't trust this guy. Oh, what if he steals your ideas? Bro, no one can steal my ideas. I just make new ideas.
I mean, even if they do, they have like over 100 packs of bread on one aisle.
Thank you.
All those companies making money. So
thank you.
You know, they got different cereal. All those companies making money. So
Yeah.
That's not going to stop you. If you let one person stop you because they're doing the same thing you do, that's something wrong.
And if you and for you to think that you're gonna be like the Heinz ketchup overnight, like that, like trust me, you know how hard it is to build your business to the point where you're gonna penetrate every possible consumer. You can't. It's literally impossible. No way. You know what's crazy too? I barely even touched the Toronto market, and there's like 4 million people in here in this city, 3 million. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, even if I had 1,000 of those people, I can find 1,000 people into Seamoss out of 4 million. Anybody can. So this is why I don't understand why people are all worried about and this and that and whatever. You know what I mean? For Alexio to be selling that much Seamoss, and I didn't realize that he was selling that much Seamoss, just shows to me how big the Seamoss industry is.
Yeah, and he said they eat it, like just eat it plain.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
So, the Grow and Glow Seamoss says the biggest difference between your regular gold Seamoss and the super dried is the shelf life. I wouldn't say it's the shelf life, but the moisture content, like how moist it is. The super dry is exactly that, super dry. Like it's so dry that it's brittle. It's so dry that like I like almost impaled myself the other day. You see that? Oops, sorry. The Seamoss that poked me right in the hole there and created like a bump because I'm like bagging it, and it's crazy. A lot of people are catching on to this um, super dried Seamoss. I'm almost like thinking like, should I go down there? Should I go call Alicia and see how much if they have any? Because how I came to the super dried Seamoss was basically someone left a couple boxes open and didn't close them properly, and they dried out. Like, no, thank you. That I would go out of business.
Oh, I mean, it's still gonna be.
No, because I lose weight on it too. I probably lost like maybe 10 pounds on each box. You know. Look at that. Bull City says $931 million Seamoss sales, not including the commercial market. Hell yeah. You know? Give me a few million. Oh, good.
But just imagine if you start selling gel and stuff like that, and the amount of Seamoss you have, you'll never run out. Like, you'll never run out.
True.
Like, even though that'll be, you would have to hire people.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
What I have been thinking about is creating like a factory to which I could like produce gel, private label for people. See, I don't know if I want to get into the actual gel making market, right? Because then I'd have.
It'd be easy though if you have the right equipment.
Bro, I could mop the whole market. Not that I mean, sorry, I'm being ambitious and cocky and whatever, but realistically, do you know what I mean? I would have deep pockets, right? Because see, a lot of these guys that are doing the gel and stuff, I don't think they're really looking at their business. Like you're taking a product here, and you're like 20xing the margin, like $30 into 350. At that price, I'm cool with losing 150. I'll lose 150 to make $200. Do you know what I mean? If it means that I can make that $200, say 3 times as fast as I would if I didn't worry about that 150. So therefore, I'm making $600 in the time that they're making 350. Do you know what I mean? Then the loss is just it's just a number. Do you know what I mean? Because you're making profit still. You're making more profit than you were if you worried about that number. Like sometimes a lot of these things are just it's like subjective in a way where they people put it in their heads that this means something. Do you know what I mean? And you have to try and develop a way to put it in your head that it means nothing. And so then you can move on. You know?
Yeah.
And so yeah, like I would do that. I would run it like on a, instead of, if I did a $300 profit, I'd run it like it was a $200 profit, and chop the 150 as potential loss and take more risk to increase the sales. And then I would take it like 20% of that profit, or even 40%, you know, or another $100, and dump that into advertising and scale it. Like, I can only imagine what this guy's spending in advertising. If people knew how much I was spending in advertising, they would flip out. They wouldn't believe it. Like, it's I flip out sometimes. Like, I look at it and I can't believe it.
You actually spend money on advertising?
Especially even now, Google.
Like, it's like advertising. You know, I'm gonna give you a count to this group I'm on, and I kind of look at a lot of stuff this guy do, and his advertisement and how he built his company, because he made $3 million in a year.
Mm-hmm.
Really, half a year he made $3 million.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was selling like bundles, and he was, you know, I guess, was selling stuff that was like a deal. So he was buying it for $100, whatever he had to sell. But this guy advertised because he was doing marketing. He started out working for a company doing marketing for him. But this guy, I don't think he spent money on marketing at all.
Mm-hmm.
I think whatever he do, he know how to use Instagram. He know how to use Facebook. He know how to use YouTube. So it's like, I think how he do it is he damn near don't spend anything. The only thing he spend money on is somebody he probably want to like use for a commercial.
Mm-hmm. But
you know,
but he's,
and like marketing is weird too.
But he's probably put in a lot of time on it. One, or he has some team behind him to assist him in leveraging that time. What I've learned is, whether you pay cash, like when it comes to advertising, you're either paying money or you're paying time.
Yeah.
Right? And so I can, like, in the beginning, I didn't pay any advertising. All my time was on Instagram, posting videos, posting comments, messaging people, doing all that kind of stuff. But then at a certain point, it was like I only had so much time to invest in that. I either got a team to team it up, or, you know what I mean? So I made a decision to try and do the advertising. And so what my experience is doing these advertising is, yeah, you don't have to spend this much, but you'll have to do something else to compensate that lack of that ad spend. But at the end of the day, it's like I said, your mindset. Some people will look at it and say, hell no, am I spending $10,000 to a month on advertising? That's like, I can rent a house, or I can buy a car with that much money. Do you know what I mean? But when you look at it and you say, okay, I spent this $10,000, I got $60,000-$70,000 in sales, to which half of those sales are profit, you know, so I made $25,000, and I didn't have to lift a finger. I didn't have to, you know, post an ad. I didn't have to do anything. You know what I mean? Then it's kind of like, you know what I mean? Because the ultimate dream, and this is what I try to remind people when we're talking about business stuff and the planning, is you don't want to be doing all that work all the time. You know what I mean? 10 years from now, I hope I'll be on Instagram when I feel like it. Not to drum up business, or not to promote our business. Do you know what I mean? I'll have someone else do it, or someone else will do all the work for me and say, okay, just stand here, Julien, and say the shit. You know what I mean? So then I can go back to my Mai Tai or my mojito and sit on the, you know, because that's where I want to be. Like, my first goal, I'll tell it to you straight. My first goal is to help the St. Lucian people to do whatever I can to get as many people off the streets and realizing how easy it is to, you know what I mean, get into a business to do something. I want to try and do as many businesses that, like, I want to have so much money where it's like someone says to me, "Oh, I would love to do this," you know what I mean? Blah blah blah. I'll be like, "Okay, here's the money. Let's go do it. Get it done." You know what I mean? Because there's so much, how do you say it, prosperity around. Like when I was in St. Lucia, like I met this guy, beautiful guy, you know, loves God, you know, faithful, everything. And his one dream was to like he makes bread and he sells bread. And so he's kind of like, well, I work for this company now, blah blah blah. But if I could do it on my own, that would be my goal. Like, you know, that would be beautiful. I'd be so happy. And I like literally painted out and showed him like, you do this, 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 and that, and you can have it. You know what I mean? But it was like, you know, he's been told by so many people that you can't have it, that me coming around saying that you can, it was like I was an alien. Do you know what I mean? Like, who is this guy? Like, he's on a different planet. But my idea, like, my goal is to show people that it's almost like I want them to look at me and be like, if this fucking guy can do it, I can do it. Because that's the truth. There's nothing like extraordinary about me. There's nothing unique about me. Do you know what I mean? Like everything that I have or ability that I have, I guarantee you the average person has. The only thing that I might say I have that's different or, you know, extraordinary is I know a lot of things. But that doesn't stop anybody else from knowing that stuff too. Whatever I know, you can know. You just got to decide you want to know it. You know what I mean? And so I want to kind of inspire these people to realize that, like, fuck, you're living in paradise and the shit's right here. And you know what I mean? Like, you can achieve it if you really want it, you know? So, yeah. And so once I achieve that, then I'm going to kind of retire and just smoke a lot of weed, drink a lot of beer, and chill out. and let the kids run the companies. You know what I mean? I always tell my my business partner's son. He has a son that's like 6 years old or 7 years old. And I always tell him, like, get ready, bro, because you're going to be running the company. And real talk, that's in my heart, in my sort of vision. That's who I see running the business. You know what I mean? And him watching us do what we do, and him showing all those around him, like, this is what my dad and this guy came and did. Came out of nowhere and we did this. Because really, dude, we had no fucking business plan. We had no this and that. Like half the shit that they say you need to do to get started, we didn't have any of that. My labels are not fancy.
When did you start it, though? I know you told me before, I forgot.
Like 2 years ago? 2 years ago? Or it's coming on to 2 years now, pretty much. In May. We came up with the idea in May. It was around my birthday.
So you really have enough. You really can supply everybody over. Not everybody, but everybody that's there.
I'll say this. I have more Seamoss than I know what to do with. Or I have access to more Seamoss than I know what to do with. And like, if you were to say to me, here's 100,000, Julien, go buy all the Seamoss you can, I could probably spend it all in a couple of days. Like, I know that many people in Seamoss. Yeah. And then not only that, but my partner knows way, like everybody I know, my partner knows, and then he knows more. You know, so Candy Lynn says there, the biggest challenge in business is the mindset transformation. Yes. You know what I mean? It's how you see things. But one thing that I learned, like I believe I've been an entrepreneur all my life. And one thing I've learned when it came to businesses is that you don't have a business until you believe that you have a business. Like if you don't believe you have a business, no one's gonna believe it. And then you don't have to, and you got to believe it. There's a difference from believing and pretending. Do you know what I'm saying? Like you can pretend for only so long. Belief is like there's no convincing you that it's not. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, that's hard. But when you do it, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. That's how I've always treated it. Is like I have to believe it more than anybody else. And if I don't believe it, then it's gonna show.
Yeah, I'm definitely. Which I know I'm taking my time, but I'm really about to get it. A lot of stuff started that I was saving up for.
Mm-hmm.
You know, once I get out of this trucking shit, this trucking is really it's really hard, time consuming.
Mm-hmm.
I put more time into this than I'm putting into what I want to do. So that's it's something I just have to stop.
Mm-hmm.
And this is one of the most unhealthiest jobs ever. You know, even though I'm leasing on as my own company and all that stuff, I'm running it, my own company because I had to, start a business to get the truck and,
Mm-hmm.
So, but this is a business I don't want nothing to do with anymore.
But what if you?
Trucking.
No, I understand that. I'm just thinking, like, okay, sure, you don't want to do it yourself, but you have this knowledge. How do you transfer this knowledge, or you leverage this knowledge into something that you can, you know what I mean? Like, what if you had a company, but you just never drove the trucks?
Yeah, like stuff that I see. Yeah, like I would do stuff like that, or I would supply truck drivers with the things that they need because I know what the truck drivers need, and I know the things that I pay for out here.
Mm-hmm.
That's real high, and they don't have it everywhere. So I would deal with the other side of trucking as far as like
the logistics,
giving the truck drivers what they need, and supplying them with things that's not easy to come across. Getting the trailer washed out, washing the truck, all that type of stuff, cleaning the inside of the truck out. So they get the truck get detailed inside and outside. That type of stuff is what truck drivers need.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we spend a lot of money on. Like I spend a lot of money on getting my trailer washed out.
Mm-hmm.
But like driving, I wouldn't want to do that. Put somebody through this to drive. I wouldn't wish this on nobody.
Oh shit.
Not driving, but if you want to make some quick money, I'm like, hey bro, get in for a year, save all your money, run as much as you can the first year, and save all your money. But this job is for a single guy.
Yeah.
Single guy. If a guy do this for a year or 2 years and get out, I should have been out my first 2 years. I should have been out.
How long you been doing it?
So close to 5 years.
Oh wow.
I should have been out my first 2 years. But yeah, this type it isn't worth it. It's unhealthy.
And it burns you out.
It's uncomfortable. Yeah, and I'm burned out. Like sometimes I'm not motivated to do anything. And that's what I don't like about this job. Because the setting I'm in, the environment I'm in, it's not good. It's not good. Some people like this type of stuff. Some people like this type of stuff. Like some guy was arguing with me today. I was on Clubhouse. He was like, "Nah, man, you making up excuses." I was like, "Yeah, I don't think he was listening to what I was saying." But because he just kept rambling on.
Yeah.
Like,
some people like to hear themselves talk.
Yeah, so he was talking about buying a truck. I was like, I never said I was trying to buy a truck. I said I was giving this truck back, and I was getting the money back that I put into the truck. And it's like, nah, but you ought to do this. But like, no, I'm not trying to deal with the trucking. It's like, I don't want to be out here. This is a job where I don't care how much you get paid.
it's your time that you're losing while you're out here. You're losing like time because you're 12 hours a day, 13 hours a day. It's like you're losing time, and it's like it's money. For me, money isn't more important than the peace of mind and being comfortable. I can make money doing anything, but trucking, it smells too much, man. It stink out here.
Yeah, it's too much.
It stink out here, and it is frustrating. So, so it's just certain things I don't like about it.
Well, I always tell people when people give you advice, they're giving their advice for themselves. So him saying, "No, you do this," like, no, bro, that's what you would do. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're not me, I'm not you. You can't tell me what I can do and what I can't do. I can't even tell myself what I can do or can't do. Do you know what I mean? Like today, I might be able to run down that street at a certain pace, but tomorrow I could probably run faster if I wanted to. Do you know what I mean? Like our abilities our abilities are beyond our understandings because we've never really pushed ourselves. Most people don't push themselves beyond their ability or try to. We don't test ourselves, or we don't tell us what our limits are. So most of our limits are self-imposed. Hey, Rio, what's going on? Rio's in the clubhouse.
Oh, what's up, man?
Let me turn the volume on.
Yeah, I'm about to.
He always talks so low. I know.
Oh, man. So, hold on.
No, you're a bit better now.
I'm falling asleep right now.
Well, if you want to get going before you start snoring on camera. Yeah, man. I was like,
I came back and then I fell asleep again.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, let me just turn it off. Okay? So I was like,
get some rest. No, yeah. No, like if you want to get going, I understand. I'm probably not going to stay too much longer because me too. Like, I don't have a problem.
I've been up since 2 o'clock in the morning, so
Yeah, I just can't go too late because of the kids. But Rio, what have you been saying? All right.
I was saying, what the show, man? Great show.
Yeah, so you've been watching for a while? Rio?
Nah, I caught it. But I guess I caught it right when I don't know when the guy was. I don't know how long you had him talking for, but
Who?
I caught it.
Alexio? The guy in the bottom right corner.
Yeah, the bottom right, exactly.
Alexio,
so, yeah. Yeah, man. All y'all was chopping. Yeah, y'all doing your team.
Oh, yeah.
Team.
We were vibing.
Yes.
And even the guy that came on afterwards, I think it's Scala, Skalla. He had some really cool information that he shared, and a lot of stuff that a lot of people don't know or understand, like when it comes to mucus and how it plays. Like a lot of people think that you're not supposed to have mucus at all in your body, but what he was describing is that it's the mucus that helps carry away a lot of these uh, toxins or whatever in your body and stuff, and that you need the mucus to remove the stuff. But it's like you need the alkaline or the alkalinity to remove to have the mucus pass through you so that it reduces. It doesn't stay in your blood because it's staying stagnant in your body is where the diseases and stuff will form. Yeah. I know, it's crazy.
Man, man. Justin say, I mean, you don't mean it's not you taking like it's not even giving your flowers for just saying
I mean, and I want you to know the people that's attractive, that's coming around.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so like the way I was seeing it was like a lot of times when it comes to the big tree, it drops little seedlings. From this big tree, these little tiny bees that pop up, right? But each one of those bees that pop up have the potential to be that big tree too, and to do the same thing,
Mm-hmm.
same thing, a whole bunch of these seedlings.
It's funny you talk about the seeds and stuff like that, because one of the things, like they say God's given a gift to everybody and stuff like that. I believe that my gift that's been given as God is I have the ability to plant ideas into people's heads. And so a lot of times when you're talking with me, you'll get these crazy ideas, or we'll get on a topic where you'll discover something that you never thought. And so a lot of it, I believe, has to do with my purpose is to meet people and help bridge the gap between them getting from one level to the next. And so they meet me and they either get inspired, or they unlock or uncover some idea or way of thinking that they didn't think about before. You know what I mean? Like, even if you saw me talking to Alexio and I gave him, like, we're talking and I just gave a couple things, and the shit just comes out of my head. Like, I don't really plan what to say. I'm just saying things. And so.
Okay. With that being said, can I say one thing?
Yeah.
When you were talking, I thought about an idea, but it was actually for you. I promise.
Yeah.
So, and I just want to say, okay. So, if like with people selling Seamoss and stuff like that, from my experience, or even just in the markets, it's not just coming to it new. It's just the fear of not having the knowledge, or speaking to a knowledgeable person, and the person not being able to sound like you, or the gentleman talking earlier. Big city having that, but they believe in the product, but they just can't talk like you're talking, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like, there was any a time like this. I remember before too, you had like something that you could, like a mentorship, and like a schedule for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And anyway, so like setting up like a video camera um at a the fresh markets, like Sunday morning or Saturday, setting up like they set up a TV where they can stream you just sitting just like this.
Mm-hmm.
You can stay in your pajamas if you want, and just you. Basically, anybody has any questions, they're coming up to the person right there selling it because they're the physical, but you had anything like you can give them anything.
That'd be interesting to do like a live stream 2-on-1 on a pop-up where I kind of just in there, like almost like a virtual doctor or something like that. Yeah.
Exactly.
I'll have to figure out how to do that. That would be cool. But
it's just the people. What you mean? It's not even figuring. You have everything. It's just the people. You just haven't convinced, like telling someone you want to do this. Okay,
mm-hmm.
And you know which people will do that for you right now. It's mm-hmm. And yes, you're getting paid for your services. You're not doing it for no free.
No. Well, I do a lot of things for free. I think there's a lot of ways to get payment without, you know what I mean, monetary. But yeah, I just got to see how I would make it work. You know what I mean? But hey, Candy, I see Candy just joined in on the Instagram. Hey, good. What do you think of? Did you hear Rio's idea about? Okay, yeah, I got to figure out how to make it so that people on the Clubhouse can be heard better in the other chats, because I got to get like a better speaker or something. It's all played off my iPhone. But what he was saying was that I could put up like a TV screen on one of these like sort of farmers markets or whatever, and just be available to talk about Seamoss, and that's what you were saying, right, Rio? Right?
But you can explain it. You have a better bridge.
Yeah, so I would be sort of like there to kind of talk virtually to people and assist them in their ideas, and helping them plan, develop Seamoss, or just share some knowledge and stuff like that. Yeah, Mm-hmm.
Having samples of it, and then maybe having something entertaining. People love entertainment, so like a raffle or some type of music or something like that.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to look at a few of those ideas. So how was you did a live show earlier today, right?
I try to do a live every Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
I ran out of stuff to talk about in regards to Seamoss, so now I'm just using my nursing knowledge and my like holistic nutrition knowledge. So I really have like a deep passion for this. It's kind of how I got started to Seamoss.
Mm-hmm.
I was doing consultations and I just seen that everybody was mineral deficient. Like instead of putting everybody on all these minerals, like Seamoss just kind of took care of that.
Mm-hmm.
And the mindset had a lot to do with people's health, like just sticking to a habit. So I really feel like Seamoss is something to get you an entryway into your health. It's not the all be all. And I see that with customers now, like they think it's like a magic pill, like, oh, it should be doing this, this, but they're not drinking water or changing their diet or their mindset.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a cookie thing. You know?
Well, there's a meme that goes around saying something like, you know, you drink Hennessy and this and that all weekend, and you think Seamoss is going to save you?
I think I see one that said, people to McDonald's and go ask the ingredients for the chicken nuggets, but with Seamoss, you become a scientist.
Yeah.
Like, what's in it?
That is a good one.
Yeah.
I want to do some like mean ones with me in a lab coat, being like, well, I'm the scientist, because that's what a lot of these people start thinking that they are. And talking about.
I was like, wow. I wonder if they ever asked McDonald's that or In-N-Out. We just eat it freely.
Boom, bam. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I agree. So you had a question earlier. That's kind of why I brought you on the talk. But you said like you wanted to discuss some of the ideas of the end goals of the Seamoss business, and that you know. But so is it you're talking about end goals in the Seamoss business at all, or what is everybody's individual end goals?
I feel like everyone has their own purpose with Seamoss, and it's good. And our overall goal collectively is to help others. But as a business owner, you start expanding into different ideas, and you get lost in the creativity of it, right? You can make food, you can make soaps, you can do wholesale. And so looking at the end goal with mentors like you and Ricky and everything else, it's like, okay, so what is the, maybe not the end goal, but the higher levels to achieve? Is that getting a warehouse and being able to sell wholesale and, you know, getting that time back? Because as the business expands, it seems like time is kind of getting chopped down. They're making Seamoss and customer service and shipping and, you know, marketing and all that. So, like you were saying, eventually you want to be free in the business. You don't want to just be doing that all the time. But trying to keep up with the evolution of Seamoss, where it's going, you know, staying it while it's hot, and then see where you want to take it.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I mean, it's hard to say because we are always kind of changing our plans or ideas and stuff like that. But ultimately, I'd like to see our business or our organization come as someone that can help sort of be a way for someone like all the people in St. Lucia to sell their Seamoss to, for us to kind of bring it over there and make it easier for them to do business before, and then to sell to more people, and then possibly I don't know. I see getting into the white labeling like production market, and so I feel like in the future most people are going to decide that they don't want to make all the products themselves. They might make the products to a certain level, but what do you do when you don't want to make the products and you have like 1,000 orders? There needs to be guys like me that you can come to and say, hey, Julien, whip up, here's my formula for the body butter. I trust you not to share it with anybody else and do anything. I'll sign an NDA if that's what they want or whatever. But I'm not interested in sharing your formula. You know what I mean? I know I can come up with my own formula. So I make the stuff for you, package it, do all the stuff, send it to Amazon, send it to whoever, and you just kind of make a phone call. Like, to me, that's where I see a lot of people wanting to be eventually. Now they have to get to the small business and do all the work themselves in the beginning, like I'm doing. But once they get enough clientele, they, the guy Alexio has a team of 40 people. I don't think he ever makes a Seamoss show. Alexio, did you see him earlier on the show?
No.
Oh, you got to come back and watch his show. So we had a guy, he's a really cool guy. His name is Alexio. He's in the States, but he's originally Bahamian. And he has a company. You know the company called the Seamoss Transformation?
Yeah, they have the best ads.
Yes. So the owner of that company, he was here tonight talking about that stuff. And so he was talking about his business and what his plans are for the future. And he wants to kind of set up his own production farm in Bahamas so that he can create jobs for his local communities and stuff. And he would be the supplier in the market because the amount that he sells, you know what I mean? But getting back to what I was saying, he does sales of like $500,000 a month, and he has a team of 40 people.
That makes sense.
You know what I'm saying?
I watched it grow, and it was just like overnight, and it just like adds up and down my timeline with the amount of volume. So I knew, just like with my brain, like he has a lot of workers. There's no way he can do all that with just one manpower.
Exactly. And so you almost got to build your business with that in mind, that, you know what I mean? Someone's taking over this business.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're not going to do it, you know what I mean, all your life, or you don't really want to. I mean, I don't know, you could want to. Maybe that's what you like. Like, even for me, like, as crazy as it sounds, I love bagging up Seamoss. Like, I can sit all day in the warehouse and bag up Seamoss like it's not, that's all I did all day today. You know what I mean? And so, it's not a problem for me. Pardon?
I enjoy the end result. Like when the client gets results, they, were able to switch over from thinking they can't tolerate Seamoss or the taste, or they never done anything healthy, or they don't have back pain or cramps. I like the end result. I don't enjoy the labor part, of course.
Yeah.
So, I was thinking of how to expand. I'm like, if I was struggling, I don't want to use the word struggle, but if I was challenged just to make this amount of jars, but what is it going to be like when I'm making this amount of jars? Like, it's not possible to be able to do all that,
Alexio's company is the Seamoss. Is it Transformation? Is it the Transformation Factory or the Seamoss Transformation Factory?
I think it's the Transformation Factory.
Yeah, Transformation Factory. Yeah. So this is what I'm. Yeah, and so this is what I'm saying. In some ways, you're going to need a third-party producer, distributor. It's almost like you just come to me and it's like I already have the Seamoss. I already selected it. It's good. I already know how to make the products. I've been in the industry long enough to understand it. You know what I mean? I just need to get the tools and the equipment so that I can, make 1,000 pills a day, or bottle 800 jars in an hour, or whatever it is that I need to do and stuff like that. And yeah, because like I said, a year from now, people like you are going to go to the next level. I need to be in that next stage to be able to facilitate you guys' growth, or you guys are just going to pass me, right?
Well, I think they have the no and white press factor, so
yeah.
that part is already handled. So.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at. Yeah, that I'm pretty good at. I try, but you know what I mean.
When I first started, this was 2 years ago. I just got my LLC last year, but I've actually been doing Seamoss for 2 years. There was a company, and they would make the Seamoss for you and drop ship it and put your label on it. And so I was looking into that, but I didn't want to skip the steps of understanding the texture, how to make it, what goes into it. And if I skipped that step, if I would have did it that route, I wouldn't learn what I learned with Seamoss.
I agree.
I was buying, I wasn't buying the best quality of Seamoss, but I was promised that it was the best quality. I didn't know. I'm like, oh, okay, this is Seamoss.
Yeah.
The more you buy, you're like, what the heck is this? Like, that's not adding up. The math isn't mathing. So, if we were to do that now, it's like I like the idea of us having our own formula. So it's like, this is how I've been making it. The clients are, happy with this consistency, this texture. Everyone's pretty much texture
Hmm. Yeah, and then imagine you come to a company and they have all the sources on all the ingredients. They have the freeze dried machine to freeze dry all the shit. You know what I mean? They have the freeze dry. I feel like you freeze dried it. Like, look what Ricky. Oh, you missed that earlier today too. Ricky basically from Gold Seamoss took I think 1 ounce of powder and made 40 ounces of gel.
Oh wow.
Yeah, put it in some hot water, whisked it in the stirring, and like had it gel. Basically, made gel in 10 minutes with no blender.
I know you can make the gel powder.
Yeah.
Just cross them off.
Well, usually you can't because the way the powder's milled is not fine enough for it to dissolve properly. But I think he's found a way to kind of mill it to that point. You know what I mean? And that's the thing too. Like, why reinvent the wheel? Do you know what I mean? Like that was like earlier when I was talking about teaming up the groups of Seamoss people together. It's not so much so that I can make more money, but so that I can save money. Because if we're all using this, one shipper, if we're all using one customs guy, we get a deal. Do you know what I mean? And we're shipping one shipment rather than 50 shipments because everybody's trying to be the man. Everybody's trying to be the individual.
That's the problem.
Yeah, I'm not interested in that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, you were talking about that way when I found you a long time ago. I was like, okay, I'm gonna keep popping in when I can. I usually work on Mondays. I have to be in bed, so I have to be in the break.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm still keeping up because I feel like that's the best way for us to elevate together as a culture as a whole is to do it together.
Mm-hmm.
Do it all separate and no one's really the face of Seamoss right now. Except, if you're in the industry, then you know that you know.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're a customer, you don't really know. Everyone's just Googling and looking, and it's a trust factor right now.
Mm-hmm.
But we all need a commercial mission. We all need FDA approval. We all need machines and these different things. And it'll be easier, a lot easier, and our money is stretched further. Because even now, trying to get different supplies, it's like, man, if somebody already has this, then that'll be easier to pay a fee instead of the labels and the bottle machines and the grinder, the oil and all this other stuff. And the credibility too, I was looking for herbs, and a couple people did put their links in there, but they had no herbs on the website. So it's like our credibility is important. Like, don't say you sell something and I can't find it on the website, but then other people, credibility is everything. So I really spend my money within my community, but if I have to go outside, that's what I have to do. But that's not my money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And yeah. So, God, we talked about so much stuff, but I think my point was saying that's where I kind of see us kind of being in the industry, or the end game is for us to be the suppliers and supporters to help other people build the businesses. And it'll be something where it's like you either come up to us and pay us to do some work for you, or you come up to us and pay us to be like a partner with you. You know what I mean? Because I'm not on Amazon, but I know how to get on Amazon. Do you know what I mean? I know how to get the packaging. I know how to get the designers to get the stuff. I know how to do all that stuff.
And like the nights I spend just trying to do the things that I'm not the strongest in is my strength is creativity. My strength is communication. My strength is health and wellness. Like I've been a nurse for 10 years. I've lived and breathed health and wellness, right? But the marketing and label sizes and barcodes, that's my headache. Like Klaviyo and Shopify and how to connect this. So it's like if somebody already knows it and I can just, hey, with all this build, that's way easier to grow faster and help the industry move forward. Because moving forward, everyone knows about Seamoss. Did you see that meme?
No, what meme? Which one?
We like black. They put they were like, if you're black, everyone's heard about Seamoss in the last 2 years. So who's your favorite? Like that's word gets around with that. So everyone knows about Seamoss. So I really believe that we could do it a lot more efficient. And I don't want to use the word classy, but it looks like it's getting real just dollar for dollar out there.
Yeah, everybody's kind of fighting over the dollar. You know what I mean? And there's no need to be that sort of competitive. Like I have some guys who like. Okay, I don't know if anybody's ever seen me like people's pages. I just do that for whatever. Like for a lot of it's for the algorithm and shit like because I want to help everybody out. Plus, I think people love it when a random person that they have no idea who they is comes in and likes their page or shares what they're worth. It's like, I gotta share, yeah. So
You like, follow, and share, and that does help the algorithm bring customers to you. It's like who's about Seamoss.
yeah. And so I do all this stuff, but I have some guys where they'll call me up and be like, yo, bro, like, I appreciate the support and everything, but stop it. And I'll be like, what? Yeah, stop it. I don't want it. I don't want anybody knowing who you are, how you're connected to me. Da, 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 da. You're my plug, and I'm keeping it down. That's what he's saying.
That's crazy. I didn't think about that. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, so they're just like, I don't want you, but I'm like, bro, who cares? Like, you know what I mean? Just like first of all, I'll tell you straight, like it's not something public, but like if you're a big customer of mine and you're from a particular state and another person calls me from that state and is trying to order like something similar or a large quantity, I'll check with them to say, hey, you know, I'll shoot them a picture. You know this guy? You dealing with him? You want him? Do you know what I mean? Because as much as I want the business, whether I get the business through me directly or through this guy indirectly, I'm still getting the business. And I'd rather deal with less people on a regular basis that I like dealing with than a bunch of randoms and potentially someone I can't stand.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Mine is everything.
Yeah. There's a reason why I'm always so happy in this business. Is because I make sure I only do business with who I like. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I don't.
That's integrity.
Yeah.
Having integrity. That's what people that are serious about, you know, their behind their business. They're looking for that in a supplier, someone that can mentor, has integrity, not just, you know, ripping people off.
No. I don't need to rip people off. Not in Seamoss. I kind of laugh at that sometimes when they suggest that because it's like, or they say, "Oh, you're just in it for the money." I guarantee you, if I was in it anything for the money, it wouldn't be Seamoss. You know what I mean? I'm a licensed realtor in Toronto. We sell houses for the average house is a 1.2 million, and I get 2.5% out of that 1.2 million. So do the math and realize how much I can. Like I put my time in a house, like that's where the money is.
Well, if you follow you long enough, you can just what you do speaks for itself,
Mm-hmm.
right? Your heart and passion is with the people of St. Lucia.
Yeah.
You know, and it's around these lives, everyone's giving out free game. Free game. You know?
Yeah.
Fine, y'all. Free game. So, I mean, you don't have to do much explaining.
But
People that get it here, the ones that don't, it's not great.
that's true. That's true. But yeah, and I give the people wonder sometimes why you give up the free game, but it's like even if you don't buy from me and you grow as a business and you start buying St. Lucia Seamoss, you win. That's my goal. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not to control every dog. Because like I said, if it was about the money, I would be in real estate. Even in St. Lucia, I would be in real estate there as opposed to the Seamoss. The Seamoss is a love. It's a passion. And like, I just think about, like, anytime I want to think about, oh shit, I'm going to get emotional. Because I start thinking about the water and being in the Seamoss and being with the people and you know what I mean? Like, that's why I'm at Seamoss. I'm just happy to be able to pay the bills, you know, so I can keep doing it. So,
Yeah, I noticed a few suppliers that I was using when I first started. I guess they were, you know, middlemaning their Seamoss, and now they've expanded to where they go find their own suppliers and their own divers, and you know, they can put a stamp on it and say, look, we know where our Seamoss is coming from. And I also see in the market that everyone wants to test it now. So are we all collectively putting in money to get that tested, and then we use that one supplier? Or are we just gonna, this one doesn't have heavy metals, let's go with this one? That here, you know, elevate our business, I think.
and that's something where I'm sort of watching to see where it plays out. I mean, I know our Seamoss is clean. I know where the Seamoss is coming from and who handles it. So for me, I don't feel the need to get any tests. Do you know what I mean? But I do see the market going that way, and so definitely when the market kind of shifts predominantly that way, then we're going to have to go with the way of the market and get tests, or we'll be left behind. Like you said, they're going to go to this guy or that guy. You know what I mean? I think Seamoss Boss was already talking about it. The Alexio, he's already done the test. Actually, lots of people have done the test. They've shared it. But they haven't shared the results of the test, but they've talked to me that they've done this test. And so most of those that are doing, say, 6 figures or more, they've tested the Seamoss. They have come back to me and pretty much said that that 92 mineral thing does not exist. Even Alexio, when he was here, he said, he didn't say the 92 exists, but he said that they've only been able to test up to 62 minerals. And so they're still working to eliminate the other ones. But I don't know, my experience, there's a reason why he's only gotten to 62 and it's stalled. Because that's sort of like the height of the testing capacity, but plus that's also most of the naturally occurring minerals in the world. There's only like a 60, it's under 70, 64, I think the number is.
So then we took the recording from Dr. Sebi, ran with it to market, and now we have to backtrack and make it right.
Mm-hmm. But see, this is the thing that I've kind of recognized with Dr. Sebi. I don't fault him at all. And I don't think, like, I know sometimes I might suggest it, or some of my wording suggests that he was, deceptive in what he did and stuff like that, right? But I sometimes look back at my experience. So I go to church a lot, every Sunday. I go to church. I've been doing it for years. And I'm kind of like in a position now where I'm like the elder. So I sit in meetings where we're discussing stuff. And so we plan out events and stuff that are going on in the church. And so I'll be in a meeting where we'll discuss the menu of an upcoming event. And so the menu would be pretty precise. Fried chicken, rice, some salad, this and that, right? A dessert. My pastor will go on and start talking about the event on the pulpit and be like, yes, there's going to be everything there. There's going to be Chinese food there, jerk chicken. And I'm like in my head, like, jerk chicken? No, that's not on the menu. Yeah. Now, was he lying intentionally? No. I think he was just in there in the heat of the moment. He's talking. He's you know what I mean? He's enticing people to come to the event. That's what you do. Do you know what I mean? And
also, research changes. It's not going to be the same research from yesterday. First, turmeric and black pepper was, oh my gosh, take black pepper because it, increases the absorption of it. Now it's like, oh, don't take black pepper with turmeric. So, okay, to give valid information on the research that's out now. Same thing with the word that we can't say anymore, whatever, COVID, right? There's always new research, so we're learning and growing and can't be faulted for that.
Well, isn't it with like coconuts? One year they said coconut oil was like horrible, and the next year they said it was amazing. Like, yeah.
Bread, salad, whatever is hot to market.
Exactly. Whoever's pushing the information behind the message. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. So where do you see your end game in the business? Or where do you like to take it?
Man, my little creative mind. I'm really I want to start using them, to be honest. I finally reached my peak with my gels where, okay, it's consistent enough where people are saying the same thing about it, so I feel confident in that. It took me a while to get there. But I want to expand it more into the products. I want to do more consulting, and I want to kind of free myself from the behind the scenes technicalities and all that stuff. And I don't want to be standing on my feet, leaning and soaking and jarring and sleep. I kind of slowed down a little bit of the expansion because I realized, like, if I can make this much with this amount, I would have to 10x my energy. Because I have children and this and that, it's like I don't want to burn out. I still want to have that excitement still. And one of my qualities in my business is the customer service, is that consultation. is that I decided black pepper is my favorite. Yeah, the new research shows black seafood is better than pepper and ginger. But yeah, that's where I see it going. But my mind kind of goes like, do I want a warehouse? Do I want a storefront? Eventually, I don't want to be tied to having to do something. You know, I want that freedom. So I want to try to map that out instead of get into it and like, oh shoot, I need help. I need this and that. You know?
Yeah, like it sounds like you might want to consider even like a partner or to take on those duties that you don't want to do, or some kind of assistant that you can hire to do those duties that someone's got to do those jobs that you don't want to do. Otherwise, if you keep doing them, you're going to burn yourself out. Yusuf was on the show earlier today, and he was talking about him doing the truck, and he's just sick of it. And I think that, and I don't know if I mentioned it then, but I believe that there's like a 3-year cycle that you can do something you can't stand for up to 3 years, and then after 3 years, you begin hating it. You know what I mean? To the point where it's going to demobilize you. Because I've seen it in other people do jobs that they can't stand, and it's usually like around the 3rd-year mark. It's like they're doing it, but it's like enough is enough.
Right. I don't mind making the Seamoss. I think I'm having a challenge with behind the scenes stuff, like the whole techie stuff. That's not my lane. So I feel like I hold myself back because I just kind of avoid it until I have to do it. Like, shoot, I gotta figure out how to set up Playbill and connect to Shopify and do this and do that or whatever it is, you know?
You don't need to learn how to do that. You just need to go on Fiverr and find someone to do it for you.
Yeah.
Fiverr's cheap. And Fiverr, you can pay. I was even thinking about it the other day. It's like I should go on Fiverr and find some guy to just set up all my Palladiums so that they're all, well designed and are consistent with the templates all along or whatever. You know what I mean? Because for me to learn it, you got to look at your time and what your value is. And if you're like $100 an hour value, and you're spending 10 hours trying to learn something and you didn't learn it, would it have been better to pay someone $1,000 just to do it?
Yeah.
Like some things I do agree you need to know and understand, like with the Seamoss. You could have paid someone to go and do the Seamoss, but you would have missed a lot of valuable lessons and experiences, which will help you out in the consulting that you're going to do. Yeah. I think there's a lot of money in the consulting and teaching. There's a lot of people that want to learn high-level herbs and healing and that kind of health information and stuff like that, and unbiased information, and someone that will kind of coach them and sort of follow them on their journey, especially on a one-on-one basis, because in the social media aspect, people are very harsh and judgmental, and so you don't want to like kind of ask a stupid question or you know what I mean.
Right.
Because and that's one of the reasons I think like too, I get a lot of questions where I think they're dumb questions or whatever, but I tell myself, well, you know what? They're asking me because they're not comfortable asking someone else. And that's why they're asking me in private, like they're sending me email or whatever. So, it's my job as selling Seamoss to the system. So that's,
exactly. I guess that's where I'm at, because I used to always pay to get things done, so I learned how to do it, and then I think I listened to the podcast, and I was like, the business stuff is on you to learn the ins and outs. What if this person doesn't show up to work today? You need to learn how to do it. So I was like, man, that's right. So I am teaching myself, but I don't enjoy it. I really tire out my weaknesses. My strength is education. My strength is customer service. My strength is creating sequence and, figuring out more products and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, some things I think you do need to learn before you hand it off to some things, and then some jobs, like you understanding Calabio, like you could probably watch a few videos and get it. You know what I mean?
Right.
You having to go in there and do it yourself, you'll always pay for someone to do that. And you can find, even if you can't find that one person today, you know what I mean?
That's why I paid somebody for my website. I say, no, I'm not going to do this.
Yeah.
Just build the website.
Yeah, and it will save a lot of time. I used to build my own websites, and back in the days, what I realized was like I would build my own websites, and they were never fully completed, and they never worked fully right. You know what I mean? And then I was kind of like, fuck it, I'm going to pay someone to do it. That way they're accountable to, like, it's hard to make yourself accountable. It's easier to make someone else, to hold someone else accountable. You know what I mean? So to get them to do that job. And then eventually that is going to be your job in the future, is delegating tasks. You know what I mean?
It's very fun in business, and it's also a lot about self-development. So I think you're really right. It's exciting.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, wow, your personal life has so much to do with business. So it's in sync.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely a lot. You know. And the personal life's affected a lot by your business. You know, whether you can go somewhere or do something. There were many times where I had to like cancel things because I had an open house on the weekend, or I had to go meet this client, or you know what I mean. And I can't go away for a weekend because I'm selling a house or whatever. All my friends are having a good time, and I'm stuck in the city on the long weekend,
Right.
lifting fucking housing signs.
Got the Seamoss orders to get to. I think I'm able to do it tonight.
Well, I was more talking when I was doing the real estate. Seamoss, I know. Yeah. And, you know, I'm more flexible with the time with Seamoss. It's giving me more flexibility. So I'm happy with that. So, yeah. Hey, Todd, I see you in the room there. I know I haven't acknowledged you. I just wanted to take a second. Right now that I'm taking a break, I talk a lot sometimes. So I want to make sure I see.
It's all good. I'm going down local.
Cool. You didn't have any questions you wanted to ask or anything before I start ranting again?
I wanted to let you know, I heard something, I caught a replay of one of the last shows. I heard something about you were going to get St. Lucian Seamoss tested, like the wildcraft in the farm rate, something like that. Is that true?
So not me specifically, but there is a guy. His name on the Seamoss is it's either Seamoss Boss or Seamoss the Boss. He's a military guy, black skin. He wears the glasses on his logo. And huh? It's yes. Well, you know what? There's so many Seamoss. How is there like 50 Seamoss bosses on Instagram?
That's a popular name.
Yeah, it is. Listen, there's Seamoss Boss, Seamoss the Boss, the official Seamoss Moss Boss, like you know. I have to like tap myself. I came over. I couldn't believe that the St. Lucian Seamoss company name was still when I looked it up. I was like, what? What? I was like, yes, God, yes. But you know the real company name is the Royal St. Lucian Seamoss Company. Yeah. But we couldn't. So in St. Lucia, our company is registered as the Royal Seamoss, and it was because we can't put St. Lucian or company in the name in St. Lucia. No. So you can put company, but then you have to do all these extra registrations, and it costs more money. And so at the time, we just wanted to get it registered because we wanted to start shipping and stuff, and we were like ordering stuff and things, and so we needed a company name. And so, yeah, and the company is actually 100% in my partner's name. So I have no ownership. Like if he wanted to shut the doors and say, you know, screw you, Julien. Yeah. And then the company we built, in like I registered, I guess like a parent company that we're going to use to develop all the other companies that we come in. And so that one's registered in Canada, and then he's listed as a 50% shareholder. So he has 50% controlling interest, which I don't think anybody has done for St. Lucian in the Seamoss industry. I haven't heard of it. You know what I mean? And when I've told other St. Lucians, like that's the deal that he has, they're just like, are you serious? But before I even came down and decided Seamoss, I knew I was going to get into businesses with St. Lucians. And it was like, whether it was me deciding it or my heart or God speaking to me, it was like, I'm not going to come down there and be like every other. I don't mean to diss foreigners, right? But I'm not going to be like every other foreigner and go down there and exploit these guys and turn them into my workers. They're going to be my partners. Do you know what I mean? Because the success of the business is hinged on him. Do you know what I'm saying? And so I could never replace that guy. Ever. Like when you meet this guy Ashton and you spend time around him, you'll see. You know what I mean? I don't think I say it to him all the time. I'm like, bro, you have no idea power and that you possess. Just natural energy, universe power. Like he has a lot of. He does not know. Like I thought I had a lot of power. That guy has power. Yeah. Like he's got the power to use his mind to make things happen. I've watched him will things to in existence. Kind of like, yes, we're gonna do it. This is gonna happen. Boom, boom, boom. You know. Shit, I just remembered I was supposed to call someone back tonight. I didn't call them back. Ow. That's all right.
Yeah, we were talking about the Seamoss boss.
Oh yes. Listen, this. Yes, Todd knows. Okay, Todd knows how I go. So yeah, we go all over the place. So yeah, so Seamoss the boss is talking about getting the testing done between the Wildcrafted and the thing. But I don't know if you noticed. If you want, you can go on Instagram, and because I'm going to try and save this, and let me make sure I don't go over the 4-hour mark because, and we should end this like maybe in the next 5 minutes or so. Because if the Instagram goes over 4 hours, it will cancel and it will like end the show. And so we'll miss it. But when he was in it, he said he tested the Wildcrafted and the farm, and he said that they're identical. Yeah.
What did he test them for? Like the nutrient profile, or just for heavy metals, or what did he test them for?
Both. And he's tested he said the amount of nutrients that he was able to test. The amount of nutrients that he's tested up to currently is, I think he said 60 or 62. And so they're working on eliminating the remaining ones. But that hasn't happened yet.
So that's the same amount that transformation tested 62.
That's what I'm talking about. So, yeah, so I stopped talking about Seamoss. I was talking about, so when he was here earlier, he said that they tested because he said, oh, I heard you talking about the Wildcrafted and farm not being different. Our tests confirm that. You know what I mean? And so I was all excited when he said that because it's just like there's so much debate, and I get into so many arguments and issues with it that it's like I'm glad that it's finally come to the time where some people are putting the arguments to rest.
Is he sourcing his Seamoss from St. Lucia? Do you know?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Who? Oh wait, sorry, I lied. Are you talking about the transformations?
Yeah.
No, I don't know where. No, I have no idea where he's sourcing his Seamoss from.
So he got his tested.
Yes.
But no one knows what region, basically.
No.
But he tested Wildcrafted and farm.
Yes.
Do they farm in Jamaica?
Yes.
Okay.
People will tell you they don't, but I know for a fact they do. Like I know someone personally.
It makes sense. It's a good hustle. You know what I mean? Whether they're diving or farming. So I mean, yeah. You only really hear about the farming in St. Lucia. I'm assuming it goes on in other islands too. Trinity, whatever.
Most of the places are farmed. You know what I mean? Because it's better for the environment, and it's not sustainable to get this wild harvest. And it's and that's why I guess I argue about it so much, because it's damaging for the environment and it's not sustainable and it doesn't make a difference. You know what I mean? If it was really that good, and even if it did make a difference, I don't know. To me, it's like, do I want to be a parasite on our planet? just for my own personal individual health gain. Do you know what I mean? When I could really like maybe just eat more Seamoss, and that would like overcome the like because what is it that Wildcrafted has that's better than farm? No one knows. They just suspect. You know what I'm saying? And so if it's they don't have as much nutrients, well then okay, we just eat more Seamoss, and then I got more nutrients. But at least I'm not killing you know what I mean, the environment or upsetting the natural ecosystem or anything like that. I'm being a good steward to this planet, which a lot of people claim that they want to be, but yet they'll go and like that's what's so funny about humans. They will on one side preach, but then they'll you know what I mean. They'll rape and pillage on the on the backside. Yeah, we're all about life and you know unity. Burn. So yeah, humans are crazy. But you know what? I don't want to end it. I mean, we're having good, but I'm worried that I'm gonna run out of time, and I want to save that show so people else can watch it. So yeah, I think I'm gonna end it now because we still got 5 minutes before it reaches that 4 hour mark. But thank you guys so much for coming in and talking, and please come back on Sunday. Oh no, it's like you know what though. I always like when it's at this time. I'm kind of like, oh, it's over. You know what I mean? Like, oh. And then 2 days later, it's like, oh, it's tomorrow. So it's like you know, it goes. Yeah, it goes by fast. For sure. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna try and come on early, especially on Sundays. I think I'm going to, tonight it was hard because we had a B meeting, and so I was meeting with our B organization, so that ended at like 3:30, and so I just had enough time to do a couple things, and then I was right back on the live stream. Awesome. All right, we'll save the live. Yes, thank you, and I look forward to seeing you guys again. It was great talking to you. Oh, that was you that booked the appointment with me on Friday, right? Is it Friday or Thursday? Awesome. I'm looking forward to it. All right. So you have my number. Just give me a call when the appointment time starts. Do you? I'll send it to you. I'll email you a letter. But it's confirmed. I will do that. Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody else. And I look forward to seeing you guys soon. Take care. Have a good night. All right. Oh, and don't forget to take your Seamoss, guys. Yeah. Oh. Live on Facebook, live on Instagram, live.
Tastes about right.
What we've been talking about.
And there are some compo twice a week, and I'm just like I go crazy with this. And then I put the Bay Bonde in it. So this is like my late night get right.
Yes. So I totally forgot to end the stream.
Oh man! And then they got so I give some to my
Sorry guys, we've done the live stream. Before I go, I'll answer this. Say, Louisiana here from South Africa. Place my order with your money and cannot wait to see when my Seamoss journey will take me. It's not so big here in South Africa yet, and there's a few dodgy ones in the market. I'm hoping to hit the market with a bang and show them what real Seamoss looks like and tastes like. Awesome, man. Definitely keep in touch with me, brother. I believe your Seamoss order went out. If not, I'll double check it. But I think I shipped it out just the other day. And so you should be getting it soon. We'll talk more tomorrow. But I got to apologize. I thought I ended this live stream like, 10 minutes ago or 5 minutes ago. But I guess I didn't. And I was too busy on my phone playing around. So you guys have a lovely night, and I will see you guys on Sunday. I gotta get some rest. It's late. Oh, don't forget to take your Seamoss.